Hi, good morning. Welcome to, oh, okay. Good, sorry. Okay, all right. Good morning. Welcome to Committee Adjustment this morning. In accordance with Sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, the meeting of Committee Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. Committee of Adjustment consider applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning that applies to property or permission to extend or alter lawful non-conforming uses and consent to survey property to create new lots. And my name is Yim Chan. I will be chairing today's meeting. And I also would like to introduce our panel members today. From my far right is Ms. Katie Piesse, and Mr. Dino Lombardi, and Mr. Larry Clay, and also Mr. Peter Reed. And I also, okay. It's on, sorry. Okay, I speak closer to it. Can you hear now? Okay, sorry. All right, so we also would like to acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credits, the Anasazi, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. And Committee of Adjustment public hearings are now conducted in a hybrid in-person and virtual format. Some applicants or participants will make their submissions in person, and others will participate virtually by electronic means through WebEx. And the meetings are also streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel, and anyone wishing to view the hearing may watch on YouTube. Those who want to participate virtually and have registered in advance will be connected with their computer, tablet, smartphone, or telephone, and have the options of participating via video or audio only. All virtual participants will automatically be muted on entry. When your item is called, you will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time, and we'll ask you that you also mute your devices until you're called on to speak. Those participating by video appearance will be temporarily upgraded to panelists when your item is being held. During this time, your camera will be enabled. You will only be visible during your 5 minutes speaking time. At all other times, your video will be disabled and you will be restated as attendee. For both in-person and virtual participants, Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. Those participating through WebEx are not allowed to use share screen or any other panelist's controls during a video appearance. The host will remove you from the panelist role if you fail to respect this instruction. And how to receive a decision of the committee. People attending in person today who want to receive a copy of the decision of committee adjustment on an application must fill out a decision request card. And those participating virtually need to submit a written request for decision by email. Please ensure that you include your name, address, and email address because the Committee of Adjustment and the Toronto Local Appeal Board, TLAB, will be sending notifications and appeal updates by email. If you do not agree with the decision of committee, you might be able to appeal the decision to the local appeal body, or in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Land Tribunal. However, the provincial government amended the Planning Act in January, removed rights of third parties to appeal committee adjustment decisions. Only the applicant, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, specified persons and public bodies as those terms as defined in the Planning Act are permitted to appeal decision of the committee. And appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. And the following is the hearing procedure. I will call each item in the order listed on the agenda. When an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with the presentation if desired. When the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. And then the committee may ask questions and or take the matter into committee for decision. And each speaker, including the applicant or agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. And I will comment when you're reaching your 5 minutes. Any presentation or other materials you wish to submit to the committee must have been emailed in advance of the hearing. Staff and committee members cannot accept materials at the hearing. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and address, and please remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed first and will make a presentation to the committee on the application. And please note that the committee might not entertain revisions to proposal at the hearing today. The committee might decide to defer the application if substantially revised to ensure the revised application is accurate and all those entitled to notice of the application are informed of the changes. Then individuals, either in support or opposed to the application, will be invited to speak. Generally, we will call the people in this room, and then we'll move on to the online speakers. And committee member may ask questions of each speaker after they have finished the presentation. When all the speakers are finished, the applicant or agent has an opportunity to rebut only those issues that were raised by the speakers. And this will mark the end of the discussion, and the application will be then taken into committee for decision. And this is all the hearing procedure, and I would like to know whether we have any declaration of conflict of interest for this morning's session from the member or from the staff.
Good morning, Madam Chair. I would like to declare a conflict of interest with item number 9, 64 Salter Street.
Yes.
I've previously retained the listed agent several years ago.
Okay, so yeah, we put a note on that. And any other declaration? Okay, and also we'll like to know whether there are any previous minutes to be adopted at this time.
Good morning, Madam Chair. At this time, there are no minutes ready for adoption.
Okay, and also I'd like to know whether in this session we have any deferral requests or closing files.
Through you, Madam Chair, I see no files to be closed this morning. Through you, Madam Chair, there are 2 deferral requests. Item number 6, 870 Eastern Avenue, file number A0816/25TEY. Madam Chair, we're going to hold this item. We got notified that there is someone on their way, so in fairness, we'll wait for them to arrive, and then we'll deal with this item. And I think they're speaking in opposition.
Okay.
Item number 8 Douglas Brown Lane, file number A0826/25TEY. We can deal with this item at this time.
At this time, yeah. And then let's deal with this item number 8 first. And the application is to construct a new 3-story detached dwelling, which is a 5-plex, and with 4 covered south porch access stairs, and 1 covered porch access with stair on the unit E, and ground floor extension garden courtyards, units A, B, C, and A, C, D, and E, and a south 1-car integral garage, which is unit D, and 3 second-story balconies, and located on the southeast, south, and northeast side of the building, as well as the 4 3-story balconies located on the south, north, and northeast side of the building. This proposal has been reviewed as a building abutting side side lot lines. As the lot does not abut a municipal street, there will be 5 dwelling units on this lot. And we also receive survey, site plan, floor plan elevation, cover letter, and Albert's report from the agent. And there's an order to comply. And also we have received comments from TRC, Urban Forestry, and also interest of concern from two addresses, and since they're asking for deferral, I will not go through the detail of the addresses, but we also receive a number of opposition, quite a few number of oppositions. So we are ready for the applicants to tell us why you request deferral, please. Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, we have the agent online and 3 registered speakers.
Yes.
Chair, my name is Addison Milne Price. I'm a planner employed at Design Plan Services located at 87 Skyway Avenue.
Okay.
And yes, we would like to request for a deferral this morning. The reason being is we'd like to have more time to discuss with community planning and engineering staff. You may see in your late package, planning staff have requested a deferral as well. But in addition, a deferral will also allow us additional time to review the letters that were submitted by the members of the public and potentially update our design to address their concerns.
Okay, so that mean, did you mention that that's also urban forestry condition?
Yes, Madam Chair. We will also take the time to discuss with Urban Forestry.
Yeah, because that one they also recommend refusal, and maybe you also, yeah. Any other question?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Sorry, I'm in opposition, and I would request 1 minute to speak.
Oh no, we will invite you after the applicant explain why he needs to have a deferral. We will invite you after he speaks. Yeah, don't go away. All right. So you will address all those issues, right? So, okay, thank you. And any question to this applicant first? Okay, now we're ready. If any other people want to speak to the deferral of requests for this item, yeah.
Thank you.
Yes. Yes.
Hello, committee. My name is Kevin Danahay, and I live at 1 Islesworth Avenue.
One
Islesworth Avenue.
1 hour, okay.
I've been coordinating the opposition, and I'd like to speak for 1 minute on behalf of the opposition, if I could, please.
Oh,
Okay.
at this moment, we are not hearing the details of the application because they're requesting a deferral. What we like to get from you is whether you agree with the request, with a defer. What he's trying to, he told us that with the deferral, we'll have more time, and he will also not just discuss this with the planning department, but also with the neighbors. And that gets to see the number of oppositions here. And I think this is why we will consider also granting a deferral so that he will have more time to have a discussion and maybe modify. He only also told us that there might be modifications for the proposal.
Could you allow me 1 minute to respond to the deferral?
Just the deferral, yes,
That's correct.
please.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. So we understand the city is under significant pressure to enable housing, including through multiplex permissions. We are not opposed to that policy. But that direction still depends on applications being complete, supportable, and appropriate. This application pushes every available.
Yes, yeah. Deferral, yeah. Yeah, only because it's at this point it's not, like, we will not listen to or hear the details. We want to know that whether you like to have.
Understood. So we do not agree with the deferral.
Yeah.
And given the confirmed deficiencies in the proposal.
Oh, you do not,
And
okay.
good faith engaged by neighbors. Procedural fairness supports a refusal rather than a deferral at this time. That puts the responsibility for redesign with the applicant and not the surrounding community.
Also, you do not, you're representing other neighbors who will not agree with the deferral. You would think
That's
that we
correct.
should hear
All
to
the
them.
neighbors believe refusal is the appropriate based on everything that's before the committee.
Okay, thank you. I think maybe there were some, would like to ask this applicants, this deputy questions? Yes, please.
I'll just clarify, and thank you very much for coming down. We appreciate you representing the neighbors. We've read all the opposition, we've read the material, understand your position. But just so you and your neighbors understand the way this process is going to work, you're asking us to refuse, but what we're really doing is deferring so that the applicant can go back, have discussions with you and your neighbors, revise the proposal, and hopefully come back with something that's a little bit more suitable. So you're asking for us to refuse, but the deferral kind of gets you to the same place in some respect in terms of revising the proposal in a way that's a little bit more satisfactory to the neighborhood. Is that, you get
No,
that process?
We recognize that we're splitting hairs between a deferral
Right.
and refusal. We understand that, but we don't believe there's good faith here, and we want to ensure procedurally the best we can that when this comes back, it is appropriate. It meets the standard
Sure.
for the neighbors
Yeah.
and for the laws.
And so
So
I-
we believe that a refusal is a stronger message to the applicant than a deferral.
Well, I think the reality of the process is if they come back with something that's still unsuitable to you,
Yes.
you'll have an opportunity to represent that interest to the panel, and the panel will take that into consideration at the time.
And then let me enforce that also for the history of this application, it's never been deferred. So they don't have a history of coming back with the changes and then ask for deferral again. So I think it's just fair to hear the request. This is the first request that they made, so.
Yep,
yeah.
understood. Yep, thank you for your time. Appreciate
Yeah.
the time.
So. No, so sorry, you have to register as a speaker first, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Come up to the podium. Yeah. Have a seat. Sorry. Yeah. Okay, have a seat. Yeah, we would like to hear you.
Mimi Pichette, 7 Isleworth Avenue. It was just a quick question. Is there a time limit to the deferral? Like, is it limited by time for the applicant?
Our Deputy Secretary will answer that question.
Through you, Madam Chair, as part of the deferral, the agent is requesting to meet with city divisions to have conversations as well as to have conversations with residents. When they are ready to schedule for another hearing, then they will contact Committee of Adjustment staff, and then we will schedule for the next available hearing.
Okay.
So it could be as quickly as 3 months, or it could be longer than 3 months. Okay, but the residents will be re-notified, and then you'll have the opportunity to come back to voice your opinions. Okay?
Okay.
Could I also just add one other comment to sort of
Sure,
reassure the residents that are here? We also will review everything that's been submitted to date again, whenever that deferral does come through. So none of the documentation gets lost in that process.
Okay.
Yes.
Through
Okay.
you, Madam Chair, I think we do have one other speaker online. Okay, and no one else is here in person speaking to this item? See none?
Yes, sorry, this is Ken Cade. I'm at 2112 Queen Street East. I represent the condo corporation as their council president.
Okay.
We border the laneway, so basically we're right across the laneway from the proposed development. And we were never informed until like, I think a week before. And it wasn't by the committee, it was just with the sign in the laneway that we were fortunate enough to see.
So do you agree with the deferral request, or That's the question we'd like to have.
Yeah, no, we're
asked.
we're opposed to it.
You're opposed, you want to hear it today, for the reason, since you did not have much time actually reviewing the application, will a deferral make more sense to you? That now you have more time to review or discuss with the applicant for any kind of modification? Will that make more sense than just to hear it today?
Well, as Kevin was saying previously, I think by refusing, we put more onus on the developer to come back.
That's the purpose of the deferral request too, right?
Yes, but by denying it, it puts more responsibility on them.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your comment. All right. So any question to this speaker? All right. I think. All right. Any other speakers? No more speakers. So now, actually, I would like to bring the applicant back. I have one question to the applicant. Is that have you make any kind of attempt or have contacted the community or the neighbors prior to this hearing, that you have some discussions with them?
Madam Chair, I have not personally been discussing with the neighbors. However, the owner of the property has informed me that he's attempted to discuss, had some conversations with neighbors, but the benefit of a deferral would allow us more time to do that.
Okay, so you have done some discussions. So if request is granted, this is a good, really good time for you to actually involve into explaining your proposal to the neighbors, I think, yeah. Okay.
I agree.
Okay, thank you. Any question to the applicant? Okay, no. So now we are in committee now. No, I already asked whether anyone wanted to speak before. Yeah. No. Yes, this is not like a discussion or, yeah, because you had chance to speak before. No, I'm so sorry, it's out of order. I'm so sorry. Okay. Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, we asked if anyone wanted to come up and speak. Nobody wanted to. After we hear from the agent, there's no rebuttal on that. So that's where it stands. The committee is now in progress, okay? Thank you. Committee's in progress.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. All right. So, okay, Mr. Clay.
So
yeah.
I'll take this. First of all, I think we all understand the sentiment and the anxiety from the neighbors and the community. We want to thank everyone for submitting your comments and participating today. We've heard you. The agent and the applicant has asked for a deferral so that they can try to address not only the concerns that have been raised by city staff, but also will be speaking directly with the neighbors. They now know from the correspondence who has concerns, and they'll be reaching out to have those discussions. Whether those discussions result in resolution is unpredictable at this point, but at least those discussions will happen. The deferral process allows the agent to go back and make those changes if they can, and bring that application back here. So if that application is unsatisfactory to the surrounding neighbors, then you will again have an opportunity to participate in the hearing process and raise your concerns with the panel at that time. So you're not missing out in this process by this being a deferral rather than a refusal. The process will work as it's intended to work. I think
Yes.
a deferral is appropriate. I'd like to move
Yes.
deferral this application.
Yes, I agree. And also, that's the one to remind that when it comes back, we'll study everything that you have submitted, and you're also given every opportunity, as you are today, to speak to this application. Okay, yeah. All right.
I'll second the deferral.
Yeah, Mr. Okay. all in favor of deferral? Unanimously deferred. It's been deferred, yeah, thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair, we can move to the second deferral because everyone is now in attendance.
Okay.
Item number 6, 870 Eastern Avenue.
Okay. Number 5 is one, oh no, I'm sorry. It's item number 6. It's 870 Eastern Avenue. This is to convert the existing two-story semi-detached in a fiveplex by constructing a complete two-story addition and a rear four-story addition along the west and the north walls, and a partially covered front porch with stair, and a rear ground floor deck with stairs, and balconies in second and third floor, and also to construct a two-story detached auxiliary building, which is going to be a garden suite. And the existing garage in the rear yard will be demolished, and no parking will be provided on site. And there will be a total of 6 residential dwellings on this lot. We also receive a survey, site plan, floor plan elevations, 4 photographs, cover letter, and a deferral request from the agent. And we also have a comment from transportation and a staff report from community planning, and also from the TRCA. We have received oppositions from 872 Eastern Avenue.
Sorry, through you, Madam Chair. The agent is here in person, but he has stepped out of the room. So maybe we'll go to item 1 and then we'll come back to this
okay.
one, okay? But now that you've read it into the record, we won't have to redo
Yeah, we'll have to repeat the introduction, right?
Sure.
So, okay, item number 1, which is 97 ALCINA Avenue. This is to construct a new two-story detached auxiliary building, which is a 2-car garage with 1 garden suite above in the front yard abutting ALCINA Avenue. This is the existing 2-story detached dwelling will be maintained and unaltered, and there will be a total of 2 residential dwelling units on this lot. And we've received a plan, survey of plan, a survey plan, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 2 photographs, cover letter from the agent, a decision affecting the subject property, and also a tree protection plan from the agent, a email corresponding from Heritage, and a staff report from community plannings and urban forestry. And we received support, 6 letters of support signed by owners 88, 92, 96. 98, 106, and 107 ALCINA Avenue, and oppositions is from 103 ALCINA Avenue. And that's all the material we have received, and we are ready for the applicant or the agent.
Through you, Madam Chair, we have the agent online and 1 registered speaker.
Yeah, they're seeking 5 variances on this application. Okay, thank you.
You've been unmuted. Heather?
Good morning. I'm Heather Doubledam from 142 Westmount. I'm the architect and the agent for the owner.
Okay, so we're ready.
So do I have a chance to make some brief remarks?
Yes, let me see.
Through you, Madam Chair, we're going to need a presentation because
yeah.
there is 1 person in opposition.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. So the application for 97 ALCINA Avenue proposes the rework of an existing 2-car garage on the property to include a 2nd story containing a residential suite. And I wanted to start with some brief context about this property because it helps to explain several of the variances. The property is unique in that it has 2 municipal addresses. One is on ALCINA Avenue and the other is on Witchwood Park. So it's not clearly defined what is the front yard and the backyard, which made the zoning designation for the proposed garage structure a little challenging. The zoning examiner explained this to us. As noted in the report from Heritage Planning, although the property address is on ALCINA Avenue, the main house is oriented towards the interior of Witchwood Park, making the garage appear as if it's at the rear of the property. Therefore, the zoning department classified the building as an ancillary structure with a second floor garden suite. And a garden suite is usually in the rear of a property. Therefore, several of the variances requested are technical in nature and arise primarily from this classification. But overall, the proposal doesn't meaningfully change what already exists on the property. So there's a total of 5 variances requested, and I'm going to really try and briefly explain them. The first is we're requesting a variance to the side yard setbacks to widen the structure just enough to maintain the existing 2-car garage, the existing exterior pathway from ALCINA Avenue to the house, and add a stair to access the second level. The second variance is for height. The proposed height is over the maximum by 0.41 meters. This is because garden suites are typically designed with flat roofs, but in this case, we're proposing a peaked roof to fit the surrounding context. With a low ceiling in the garage and a modest ceiling on the second level, achieving a roof peak pushes us slightly over the height limit. Both Heritage Planning and the WITROW Park Heritage Advisory Committee felt the peak roof was desirable for this location. The third variance is for GFA. About half of the gross floor area is actually the footprint of the existing garage and the covered outdoor walkway. The enclosed living space is limited to the second level and it's 89 square meters, so the total figure sounds much larger than the space actually is. The fourth variance is for an ancillary building in a front yard, and this is one of the ones we believe is more of a technical variance because there's already an existing garage in the front yard, and this is a long-standing condition on this site and on many other properties along the street. The last variance is for soft landscaping. We're not achieving the minimum soft landscaping for a few different reasons. One is that the area of the garage is deducted from that calculation, so it artificially makes this number a lot smaller relative to the area available for soft landscaping. There's still a lot of soft landscaping on this property, specifically on the other side of the house, as you can see on the site plan. We've reviewed the proposal with Heritage Planning and they did not express any concerns. They issued a report and we have no issues with the conditions that they've noted. We also worked with the WITROW Park Heritage Advisory Committee to ensure that the proposal meets the intent of the neighborhood's historic preservation guidelines. They noted in writing they have no objection to what's proposed, which is included in the support material sent to the committee. Our client has spoken with many of the neighbors about the proposal, specifically the 2 adjacent neighbors and the owners of homes across the street who are facing the existing garage. As noted, they received letters of support and additional verbal support from others. I spoke with the neighbor directly to the east at 103 ALCINA Avenue and also, to the east and also to the west at 103 ALCINA Avenue. To the east, they confirmed they have no objection to the proposal and they followed up in writing, but it was past the deadline to submit for the committee's review. And in my conversations with the neighbor directly to the west at 103, he's noted concerns related to daylight and views due to this proposal. And I wanted to really briefly address those objections because I think it may be just an issue of misunderstanding. And if you refer to the reference images that are included in the letter of explanation, which I hope you had a chance to review, their main objection is that the structure will block light and views from their side windows, but the windows are already affected by the large tree that leans both north and slightly west towards their property. And the arborist determined the tree to be in poor health. So removing that tree is actually going to allow for more light in those windows. And also the light is coming from the south and the garage is further to the north of the window. So it's actually going to benefit the amount of light that they'll get in their house. So I'll just wrap up my comments now because I'm running out of time.
Yes, thank you. So, so we have the next speaker, please. Yeah, and then we will go back to question later. Yeah.
Hi, this is the owner of 103 ALCINA. I'm here actually on behalf of my husband, Terry Doucette. My name is Sarah El-Harar, but he was tied up. So as Heather mentioned, we did meet and we are opposed to this application. You know, living in Witchwood, a view of a tree is actually very desirable to us. We don't feel like removing a tree is a good thing. You know, light coming in through the greenery of a tree is lovely and is part of, you know, the charm of the neighborhood and the reason we bought the house. We wrote a long letter explaining in detail what our concerns are, so I'm not going to go over all of that again. But I will say, you know, on a personal level, I was standing in my bedroom last night, looking out my bedroom window and thinking, there's going to be a new structure there, literally a few feet away from my window. And people can just see right inside my bedroom, like right at my bed. So it is actually material to us. We didn't feel like it was a misunderstanding. We have given this a lot of thought. We like our neighbors. We've had a great relationship with them so far. Over the past 2+ years of renovations, you know, we've allowed them to put scaffolding in our backyard so they could do work on the side of the house. We have been super accommodating, and we have not opposed any of their work. This is one where we really felt it was going to hurt the value of our house and our enjoyment of it. I acknowledge that some other properties have written letters of support, but we are the only property that is going to be right next to this structure. Properties across the street already have a structure that they look out on. The property on the other side, on the east side, I mean, that's their backyard. Like, they don't care about a structure there. We care because it's going to be just a few feet away from our house. Like, if you look at where our property line is and where this building would go up, like, there's no space really between our house and that building, if the width is allowed in addition to the height. So I'll leave it at that. I'll just say, you know, we do feel really strongly about this. We want to be as supportive of our neighbors as possible, and we have been so far, but this is one where we feel like, you know, this is going to have a really meaningful impact on us and our ability to, you know, get the value we think our house is worth when we sell the house. The reason we bought this house in the first place is because of the neighborhood, because of, you know, our views and the charm of the house and the amount of light it got. So I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you. Any question to this speaker? Yes, we have questions for you. Just wait. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you. To the deputant, you just made a statement that your home will be very, very close to the proposed garden suite, and there, if I'm not mistaken, there is a driveway that abuts your property and that existing garage. Is there not?
There is. It's not a huge driveway, but yeah.
Okay.
What I'm saying is it's going to be very close. Like, our driveway is narrow. I can barely fit my Jetta in that section. So it's not like we have a big driveway and a lot of space between the two properties. It'll be right there.
All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, any other questions? Okay, we have any other speakers? No, so we can bring back the applicant for the rebuttal of the 103, yeah.
Hi, actually, I just wanted to address some of the neighbors' concerns because I still believe that there are a series of misunderstandings that won't actually impact them in the way that they think will be impacted. And the first was height. If you note in the reference image number 1, that we included a little 3D drawing just to show that it's actually in the letter that we submitted, but the height of the structure is, the peak of the roof is well below their bedroom window. So it won't impact the view from their second floor anywhere in any way. Additionally, there are no windows in the side of the proposed garden suite / garage that will impact, that will be looking into their house. So the condition of the existing garage as it is now will be will be very much similar. There is a driveway between the house and the garden suite, they're very similar to many city conditions, and that the distance between the two structures will be almost 11 feet. So there's really is a buffer there that will help. But if you can see what you're looking at the screen right now, the other thing is that as I mentioned, the structure is further north of their windows in a way that allows the light to come in from the south and still permits the views. And if you scroll up, you'll just see the photograph right there that, you know, the reason the tree's coming down is that the arborist and the urban forestry have determined that it's actually not in good health and so could fall down later, but additional greenery could be planted along. There's shrubs there already on that side to help their views. But this isn't something that we're taking lightly, and we don't think that it will have the impact that they're worried about. And my client, as the neighbor noted, they've, you know, established a good relationship. They don't want to do anything that's going to drastically impact their house or their resale value or their enjoyment of the space. We sincerely believe that this is actually going to increase the amount of light in their house. And there's ways of growing vines and that sort of thing to help with the greenery. There's a lot of trees in the backyard, and they're planting additional trees in the backyard. So all of those things kind of help with the beautification of the space. But regarding views, there won't be any impact on the second floor based on the height.
Okay, thank you. Any question to the applicant? Yes, please, go ahead, Mr.
Thanks, Jared. So I'll ask the obvious question. It's the east setback that you're seeking. It's about a meter into the setback. So can you just speak a little bit about, you know, justifying the extra width? It's beyond what the current footprint of that structure is.
So the current footprint includes a 2-car garage and then the pathway through from ALCINA Avenue to the house. And in order to fit the stair to meet the Ontario Building Code width to get up to the second level, we have to just increase the width of the structure. And there really isn't any excess space. The size of the garage is the same. The size of the pathway is based on a minimum required by the fire department. We had some conversations with the planning department in terms of determining the right width for that pathway, because we have to meet certain requirements. And so everything is kind of right down to be optimized and to not extend any further than it needs to towards the west.
Okay, fair enough. Secondly, you mentioned your interest in maybe putting some greenery in there to shield the new dwelling from the neighbor to the from 103. Is there enough room there to plant anything new?
Not trees, but certainly vines that climb up the side of the building is something that would fit. There is greenery in front and behind, like there are kind of hedges in front and behind where the garage is, so that helps a lot too.
Okay, thanks.
All right, so any more questions? Okay, we don't have any more questions. Now we are in committee. Who would like to start? I mean, Mr.
So,
No.
thank you to the deputant. I certainly understand your concerns. I've actually visited the site. And in considering the variances, I think, quite frankly, I agree with the applicant that they are technical. And when we use that term, what we really mean is, are they considered minor from the aspect of the 4 tests? And I think they do, although I did have some concern with the reduction of 46% in the soft landscaping. However, looking at the policies of the OPA 826 related to garden suites, the intent of garden suites is to add additional low-rise housing and to increase housing supply in neighborhoods, while at the same time maintaining the environment and also the tree canopy as well as soft landscaping. I think in consideration of this unique site, in terms of the location of the garage and the main home, the Committee of Adjustment is here to consider those kinds of constraints, and site-specific flexibility is really given to the committee. So I'm prepared to support this, but I'd like to hear my colleagues as well before putting forward a motion.
Okay. Yeah, please.
Yeah, I agree with my colleague. I think that this site is highly unusual, and the variances are technical resulting from that because of it has 2 frontages essentially.
Yeah.
To me, it also comes down to desirability. I think having more of a house form structure on ALCINA rather than a garage makes for a better public experience on that street. So I support the application.
Yes, I do agree. When you just simply look at the pictures with the garage and the 103 next to it, itself is a 2-story and with a pitch roof, and another one that is actually lower, right next to it on Center. I think it seemed that proposal fits into the context. So I'm also in support, yeah. So do we, Mr. Lombardi, would like to move a motion?
Certainly, and before I do, I'll note that there's no objection from Heritage, City Heritage, and this is within the Witchwood Park Heritage Conservation District. Anyway, I'll put a motion forward supporting the application and granting the variances subject to the heritage condition.
And also the forestry conditions.
Is there a forestry as well? I didn't see that.
I think it's 1, 2, and 3. Yeah.
Okay, with those conditions.
Yeah. Okay, with that condition, Mr. Pise, Ms. Pise, second. Okay. All in favor with those conditions? Unanimously approved with the conditions.
Through you, Madam Chair, we can go back to item number 6. This is the one that's requesting deferral.
Yes.
We've already read it into public record.
Yes.
I see the applicant is back in the room, and we can deal with it at this time.
Yes,
And there is one person here speaking in opposition.
in opposition to the deferral. Okay.
Apologies if I missed something. My blood sugar was going low. Thank you. Peter Milchin, 192 Lakeshore Road West. I'm here requesting a deferral of the application at 870 Eastern. We've had extensive conversations with city planning. They've raised various issues with us that we want to address both through changes to the proposal as well as just further dialogue. And if there's dialogue that we need to have with any neighbors, that's certainly something that we're more than happy to do as well.
Yes, yeah. All right, thank you. Any question to him first? Okay, let's have the other speaker. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, sure, if you can, yeah. We'd like to hear you, yeah.
My name is Peter Scott. I live at 872 Eastern Avenue. I've owned that property for more than 40 years.
Yes.
And I'm opposing this.
Yeah. Yes, but the applicant just asked us to defer the case. So let's deal with the deferral request first. Do you agree or not?
No, I'd like to get this over with. I'm stressed out over this, and
yes,
I just can't keep coming back here, you know. Yeah, I know that may be something they want to do to get me not to, you know, show up, and the permit may be granted.
Okay, thank you.
There's a lot of issues here that I don't agree with.
You don't agree with the deferral request. Just one question before you
Go ahead.
we make a decision on the request. Have they actually talked to you on the proposal?
No, what they did was they haven't spoke to me for as a neighbor for many years since they moved there.
Oh,
and
I see.
They kind of kept to themselves, and all of a sudden, they were shoveling my snow and cleaning up my property, and I didn't know why. And there's always a reason for someone being nice to you. And it's not funny. I don't like this. And then all of a sudden, I got this letter in the mail that he was going to build this fiveplex.
Would you like to know exactly, I mean, to have a more like detailed discussion with them, if they're given more time, if they granted the deferral? Would you like to have more discussion with them on the proposal? Since you haven't never really discussed it with them, right? Or they haven't discussed it with you?
I offered him to buy my house, But that didn't, I never got into a conversation after with him, you know. I can't go through this stress. I mean, it's just too much for me. I got a heart condition, and I don't want to move, okay? And if this is granted, I'll never sell my house. If you see a 4-story building here and a 2-story here, nobody's going to buy it, you know?
So are you the adjoining semi?
Yeah.
So you're attached to this building?
Yes.
Okay, that's
I'm going to
very
be forced
helpful.
to move if this is granted. I don't want to move.
Right. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, so we go back to the applicant. We'll make a decision on the deferral request first, and then
All right.
if we're going to hear it, you will be invited back.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for coming down, man.
Yeah.
All right. So yous are going to notify me again? I see. Okay.
No, the deferral request will be decided today, whether we're going to have, whether
Oh.
he's going to have one. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Do you need a hand, sir?
For me. Thank you.
Okay.
Can I just ask the applicant a question?
Oh, yeah, we're going to bring him back.
Okay.
Yeah, yes, we're going to. Okay, is there other speakers before we bring back the applicant? Yes, please. Yeah, I don't think we have any other speakers.
I saw correspondence from
Yes.
Mr. Scott. My client advised me that they had been talking to their neighbors, so if that's not the case, that's certainly not something that I ever recommend to somebody. I always recommend they talk to their neighbors. I'm more than pleased to talk to Mr. Scott today and, you know, in the future. I don't know what the result of any design changes might be, or further discussions with city staff. So happy to listen to Mr. Scott's concerns and see if there's any way to address them or not.
Yeah. Yes, it is a very tricky situation because it's a semi-detached. They actually
Yes.
attach to you, which is really, that is certainly will impact them in a certain degree, right? So the other thing also is, you have mentioned that you will contact the city divisions, but you have not really, like if you have a deferral, it will still be a 5-plex or 4-plex or 5-plex, right? You're not going to change on that.
I do not know what we might do.
Yes.
It certainly won't be bigger. It is proposed to be a 5-plex plus a garden suite, but, you know, it's, we'll have conversations with city staff. I'll make sure that I have conversations with Mr. Scott, and we'll see what we come up with to bring to the committee in the future.
Only because if you don't have, so I hear you. There's no rough idea even what kind of revisions you might anticipate. It might be more or less 90% or mostly the same. That what I mean, that will make a difference whether we will hear it anyway, because you're not going to make too much of change. Yeah.
I can't prejudge what we might do or what my client might want to do. I can tell you the conversations that I had with planning were about light and access. We didn't get into the issues of height or number of units directly. So, I can't sit here and tell you there's going to be a huge change or any change, because that's up to my client in the end to decide.
Yeah.
Chair, just a quick question.
Yes,
So
please.
Peter, is one of the options for you to do a rezoning? So, I mean, it's pretty fundamental in terms of industrial versus res, right?
Yes. So the reason why we're at committee is, for this scale of project, a rezoning is just cost prohibitive.
Yeah, okay.
To be frank, planning asked me, is your client trying to acquire more properties to consolidate and come in, for a 10 or 12-story building, which is what's been approved, to the west of, to the east of this site and on the next block. So that, the city's vision is tall mid-rise buildings.
Right, okay, that's helpful.
My client's approach is sort of modest intensification.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And also there's a small comment, because since that, I only just, when I look at the plans, all your elevations and your plans are not showing is a semi-detached only in the purpose clause. And then when I look at the Google map and then Google pictures, and I realize that. So I'm just thinking about sometimes maybe you can improve a little bit of your drawing so that it's at least show some of the link, the other semi, so that it's just fair for the committee members to see the whole context.
I'll pass that on to the architect.
Thank you very much. Okay, now you have anything else you want to make? No, any comments for the applicant? Okay, now we are in committee. Okay, thank you. Yes.
Chair, I think a deferral is in order. I'm happy to move a motion to defer.
Oh, okay. All in favor of the deferral for all the above purposes, the two purposes. Okay. Larry and all in favor of defer. It's defer. Thank you. Yeah. Unanimously deferred. Okay, so we're going back to number 2, item number 2, right? Thank you. Item number 2 is 1305 Dundas Street West. This is to alter existing 3-story mixed-use building by increasing the total interior floor area for use as a gym on the ground floor. It's a recreational use, and also the existing basement level is unoccupied. It's being used as storage space, and the second and third levels containing residential dwelling units will be maintained and unaltered. And there's a total of 23 residential dwelling units on this lot. And we have a copy of survey site plan, floor plan, elevation, 2 photographs, and cover letter submitted by the agent, and also the decisions affecting the property corresponding from Paul Hancock, a lawyer, and a letter of interest from 287 and 289 Lisker Street. And that's all the material we have received.
Through you, Madam Chair, we have the agent in person and no registered speakers.
Okay. And they are only seeking one variance. Yeah. Please come up. Yeah. There's no other one, no other people. Okay, so in this case, it's not contested application to, since you're here, maybe you can give us a...
I don't think we need a presentation, Chair. It's very straightforward.
Okay, all right, we don't need, because I thought we'd make use of him being here. All right, so is there any questions though?
Through you, Madam Chair, can you just...
Introduce himself, yeah, please.
Yeah, my name is Regan Jing from Provide Engineering, represent our client for this GM development.
Yes, your address too, please, just for the record. Your address.
My address is 6192 McCracken Drive, Mississauga. This is my residence address.
Okay, thank you. So we do not really need a presentation from you, it looks like. So,
yeah, agree. Then,
but we might have questions, right? Any question? No. No, it seems quite straightforward, so we are ready, we are in committee now. Who would like to move this?
Yeah, I'll move it, Chair. I thought, since I started, this is just simply a change of use. So it's a very straightforward application. It has no external changes. It's no impact incrementally on anyone adjacent. So I'll move approval. No conditions.
Okay. Yeah, Peter second. And with no condition, all in favor? Is approved, all in favor, unanimously. Thank you.
Thanks for coming down.
Yeah. All right. Item number 3 is 49 Muriel Avenue, and this is to construct a new front yard parking pad abutting Muriel Avenue. This is, we also receive a survey site plan, and also a revised site plan and 2 photographs, cover letter from the agent and decision affecting the property, and a chart of comparable committee adjustment decisions. We receive staff report from Metrolinx and also from transportation. We have received support from 42 Muriel Street and 27 signature of petitions in support, and we also receive opposition from 51 Muriel Street. And we are ready for the agent, and they're seeking 3 variances on this application.
Through you, Madam Chair, we have the agent online and all registered speakers.
Okay.
Good morning, Chair,
Yes.
members of the committee. My name is Barry Goldman. I'm at 321 Carlaw, Suite 203, and I'm the agent for this proposal. I'll make a very brief presentation. I'll try and keep this short. As you noted, we have 27 signatures in support of this proposal. Additionally, I'll note on Muriel Street, from addresses 1 to 100, 39% of those addresses have front pad parking now. So with respect to variance number 1, parking may not be located in front yard. I'd suggest 39% of the houses on that street currently have a front pad parking. Variance number 2, really when we initiated this proposal, we spoke to transportation and tried to find out what is the smallest parking pad that transportation would permit. We asked for that as a means of reducing the amount of permeable pavers and maximizing the amount of soft landscaping. So that variance, I'd suggest, has to be minor because it's the smallest parking pad that transportation would permit. I'd suggest that's inherently minor. Variance number 3, while we are asking for 52% and the maximum is 75, it's important to consider that we're really asking for 14 square feet of land on private property. Additionally, that zoning is intended to keep soft landscaping so that water can percolate into the soil. And I'll note that the existing frame porch is permeable itself and there is soil underneath it. When you include the soil under the porch, which would contribute to soil percolation, the number would actually be 90 and would not require a variance. So I'd suggest that variance is technical. I'll conclude just by mentioning I don't want to disclose the precise medical condition, but I am permitted to disclose that one of the owners does have a medical condition, and in the medium future, they're going to wind up with an accessible parking sticker in their car. And should the committee not choose to award this variance, then what will likely be the case is that out front of that house, there will be an accessible parking space put in place to protect the parking for that homeowner. And I'd suggest that this would yield a greater benefit by taking that car off of the street. Thank you.
Okay, any question, please, go ahead, Mr. Lombardi.
Thank you. Mr. Goldman, understanding the subtext regarding the application and the applicant, are you aware that the City of Toronto has a moratorium on front parking pads within various wards, including parts of Ward 14?
Yes, I am aware of that. We actually received conflicting information from transportation, depending on who we spoke to. But I'll suggest that despite the moratorium, given that we're here now, it would be beneficial for us to obtain the zoning approvals necessary. I do suspect that moratorium is going to change. We may attempt to appeal it on humanitarian grounds. because of the medical condition I outlined. Additionally, I'm going to suggest that as more and more electric cars are embraced by the city, that moratorium may change as a result of that, because I just don't see a practical way for people to charge their vehicles. So what we'd like to do here is put the zoning in place to support that parking. I recognize that the city has put a moratorium, but that may change. The zoning will be permanent.
You keep saying zoning, you mean variances in place?
Pardon me.
Yeah.
If we're able to obtain these variances,
Sure.
then that'll be in place to support a future path.
And last question, you're aware that Transportation Services is recommending refusal?
Yes, I am. And really further to what I was saying, they're recommending refusal because they're saying because of the moratorium, they won't authorize the parking pad. And really my response to that is that's true now. And so it's true we won't get the parking pad authorized now. But again, if the committee chooses to award these variances, they will be in place, and we can attempt to put that parking pad in the future.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Any questions? Okay, now we're in committee. I heard the transportation report. I do not think that there's such ambiguity. It's pretty clear to me that they do not support now, at least. So, anyone want to take this? Yes, please.
I'll just
please,
make a
please,
comment.
yeah.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I think, given what's in front of us today and the circumstances we're dealing with, I think the accessible street parking program that exists in Toronto is effective and would meet the needs, or could meet the needs of this homeowner for the interim period until the circumstances change. So my inclination is to refuse this as per the instruction from transportation.
Mm-hmm.
But I'd love to hear everyone's thoughts on this.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yeah, I would agree with my colleagues' comments. I think these are often tough because the city has, it seems like there's a policy void in the city in terms of how EVs are gonna be rolled out when they become a lot more common. But right now, the variance that's before us, the front yard parking one, I think is quite clear, and I think that it's, streets that have a whole bunch of front yard parking are generally not that enjoyable places to be, right? And so I think that preserving that green space and that buffer from the street is important. I completely understand and sympathize with the owner's condition and needs, but I think that the city has to provide a little bit better clarity when it comes to these competing interests. But for this application itself, I don't think that variances are minor, so I won't support it.
Okay, yeah. Seems, any other? Yes, I do agree with both of you, actually. That's my first. Okay, so PCA, you like to make a motion? Yeah.
Sure, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, as for the reasons already discussed here, I would make a motion to refuse this application.
Your second, we have a second, and all in favor of refusal? Unanimously refused, sorry. Thank you. We move to item number 4, is 26 Sullivan Street. This is to alter the existing 2-story semi-detached by constructing a rear 1-story addition and a rear first story covered deck with stairs and rear second rooftop deck. This is, we also receive a survey site plan, floor plans and elevations, and 4 photographs and presentation material from the agent. We also receive Metrolink's staff report. Yeah. And we are ready for the agent or the applicant. Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, we have the agent online and 1 registered speaker.
The speaker is in opposition.
Interest.
Andrew Trotter, agent for 26 Sullivan.
Okay.
81, okay, I was going to say my address, 81 St. Clarence Avenue, Toronto, Ontario.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that you do have one speaker who want to speak to in opposition. You have to give us a 5-minute presentation, please. Yeah.
Okay, well, in the cover letter, I mentioned that this is this has already gone to committee for a building setback of. Sorry, I missed that. We're in 6 feet less than what we're asking for. As you can see in the cover letter photo and the other photo I sent, this house is set back quite a bit. I don't think that's my house. That's not a picture. That's the front of the house. In the cover letter, there is a photo of the neighbor's fire escape that dwarfs the back of my neighbor's house. Yeah, that is one picture there. And you can see in that picture, that's the cover letter picture, yes. You can see in that picture that in the previous decision, the architect that was on this project before myself, he applied for 6 feet less than what we're applying for, but it didn't, the main wall he had actually set back 5 feet from the end of that foundation. When the neighbors put up that fire escape, that just, you know, completely dwarfs my neighbor's yard back there. My neighbor, as I explained in the cover letter, or my client, was thinking she would like to move the main wall of her addition out 6 feet to match that foundation, so there wouldn't be any problems with you know, water leaking through a deck or anything like that. And then if the other picture I sent shows the neighbor to the west, and that's not in the cover letter, that was a separate photo I sent. That's not it. Let's see. No, that's not it. Well, you can see a little bit on the right side, but the neighbor, it's not really, but there is an addition on the neighbor side, and that neighbor actually sent in a letter of support, and she does support the addition. She is that letter unfortunately was sent to me on the 18th and did not make the cut for the C of A. But her name is Heather James, and she is a neighbor, and she does support the addition. And she has the same addition on her house, which may be about 12 inches shorter than what we're asking for. So as you can see, you can see here that this house is set very far back from what's happening to the neighbor to the east, which has got this massive fire escape and decks completely dwarfing my neighbor. And I know up until recently, I can't remember what year it changed, the fire escapes actually created building length themselves. So that has changed, and now they are not part of the building length. But I think in this place, there certainly should be, you know, a lot of weight given to the size of this fire escape in relation to what my client is proposing. And I think that's about it.
Okay. I might like to know, do you mean that with your, you only ask for one variance, right?
Yeah, the building length,
it will not really impact anyone else. It was just even
it's not going.
Yeah. It's not going to be extending out from the fire escape. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions? Yeah, please. Yeah.
Thank you.
We do have one speaker.
We have a
So
speaker
maybe
now.
we hold our questions and then let's hear the other speaker, and then we get back to the applicant. Yeah.
She's not online anymore. She left. I've tried to reach the speaker, and she's not answering.
Okay. And, okay, so we have tried
Yes,
multiple times. So, okay, we cannot get the other speaker, so let's bring back the applicant, and we have some questions for you.
Yes.
Yes, please, Mr. Lombardi. Yeah.
Thank you. So you have one variance, and I wanted to ask you, in your cover letter, you talk about the building length, and the variance you're seeking is for building depth. Now, typically, building length and depth are measured differently. Are they measured the same on this particular application?
Well, the front walls are actually in line at the street, so the building depth and the building length are the same. So I should have been saying building depth, but there's not really any difference. I think that if you look at the site plan, you can see that the average setback at the front of the house is basically the front main walls of the house, so of all the houses. So you're right, the building depth would be the correct term. I apologize.
No, not a problem. I just wanted clarification. That's it.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah. Okay.
Thank you. Any question? Please, any other questions? Okay, we do not have any more questions now in the committee. Yeah, okay, who would like to take, yeah, please.
Thanks, Chair. I think this is a reasonable application, particularly given the context of the neighbor with the quite sizable fire escape stair in the background. And the fact that this is limited to one story, I think has really limited impact on neighbors. So I'm going to move approval of the application without condition.
Yes, yeah, please a second. Okay, with no condition, a motion to approve. All in favor? Unanimously approve. Yeah. No condition. Okay, now we move to item number 5, is 198 WITHROW Avenue. This is to alter the existing 3-story detached, semi-detached dwelling by constructing a front and rear basement additions, and we have 3-story addition with a 3rd floor balcony. Also to construct a new front basement walkout and a front porch with stair and a rear stack with stairs. In addition, is to convert the rear 2-story auxiliary building abutting the lane into a 1-car garage and an interior staircase on the 1st level and the office and habitable space on the 2nd level. We have received a survey site plan and elevations, a red line public notice, and 4 photographs and cover letter from the agent and staff. We received comment from Metro Links and also oppositions from 200 WITHROW Avenue. We are ready for the agent, and they are seeking 6 variances on this application. Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, we have the agent online and 4 registered speakers.
4 registered. Okay, so yeah. We are ready. Yeah.
Good morning. I am Sandy McKenna.
It's just reset.
There is a revised public notice?
Oh, you mean the variances?
Yeah,
we will go to that, yeah. But on our agenda is still 6, but we'll go through that. Yeah. And, please bring back the applicant. Yes, we're ready.
Hi, I'm Sandy McKenna from 198 WITHROW.
Yes. Before you have to give us a presentation, but before you make your presentation, we believe you have made some revisions. Can you go through the agenda, where are the revisions, please? Yeah.
Yes, on the public notice, variance number 4.
Okay.
For the building depth,
yes.
That was added to the public notice as an administrative error. It was not part of our submission of our application. So we're asking the committee to amend the
okay.
Bend down.
Number 4 is remove. Okay, so that's the only revision?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Now we are ready for your presentation. You can give us a 5-minute presentation, please. Yeah.
Excellent. I sent in a couple of slides, so if you could pull them up.
Yeah, let's bring all the material up before we start the clock.
Yeah. Thank you. There's yeah. Great, thank you. Okay, so this is our home, 198 Withrow. So you'll see the 2 photos on the left are the front and back of our house, and the 2 pictures on the right are the stable as is outlined in our survey that we're looking to do renovations on. In total, 5 minor variances are being requested today. If you go to the next slide. So this shows our plan of where we are today and what we're looking to propose in our construction to do the rear addition to the house and then remove the staircase. There's in the picture on the left, there's a walk-up. There's a staircase that's in the back. We're going to remove that and put that underneath the staircase in the front, increasing a bit of green space. And square off our home to use the north wall on the main floor there to not change our footprint and depth of the house. So that the renovation to the home would have 2 minor variances: the maximum height of the rear main wall to not have a setback at the 8.5 meter mark, and then the FSI of going from 0.86 to 1.12. I should note that the house as it is today is the original house as was built. So in our neighborhood, this is very common in Riverdale that many of the houses were built with a larger FSI than what is the zoning law today. So this is very commensurate with others in our neighborhood. So if you go to the next slide, we'll have a look here at some of the considerations. So as I said, many houses in Riverdale are originally built larger than the current zoning bylaw. So for any homes really doing an addition or adding extra space to the house requires approval, as we are today. So there's many precedents. In our cover letter, we outlined many precedents for both FSI and for the rear wall height. Also, in our laneway, if we're looking in our backyard to the left, to the right behind us, there's many houses that have also done these kind of build out and squared off their homes to add more living space on our lots. It's very common also as built form. If you see, there's many rooftop patios with full walls and pergolas. So there's a lot of people who are kind of building out to their for outdoor space as well, but having also sort of that massing up there. It's within the depth permitted to be built. It's to the rear of our house, which is north facing, so will not have shadowing impact. It is more privacy than our neighboring rooftop patios as it's enclosed. And given that there's already opaque privacy walls to the east and west, building out walls to our side won't have significant impact on our neighbors. So on our house, that's where we think those 2 variances are minor and sensitive to the area. Next slide. So this is the second structure, the stable or the ancillary building. So you'll see in there, it is sort of the original barn that was sort of there when the neighborhood was built. We'd like to renovate to finish the space and use the second floor for homeowner use for our home offices. As you'll see there, there's just ladder access to the second floor right now. So in order to be able to use that second story, we're going to need to build a staircase to do that. And building a staircase to enable use of that second story, therefore would reduce our parking from 2 to 1. The other 2 variances that were on the zoning certificate when we gave them our plans for review were height of the building and the square footage of the garage and or the floor area of the garage. Neither of those are changing. We're going to just use the existing box as it is. Because it's old, there's a corner of it that's kind of been angled in a bit. So we're just going to square it off. It's and make sure that it's nice and square and sound. And just finish using the existing building that we have. So it's not going to really be any different other than, being updated and finished nicely for our neighbors and ourselves. And final point is neighborhood consultation. We've lived in the area for 11 years. So over the years, as we've had our kids and raised our family, we've asked other people who, oh yeah, thank you. So that's the plan there. We've asked other people what they would do with the, barn that we have and how they've renovated their homes with their families. A lot of the ideas came from actual just consulting with neighbors as we were doing planning. And second, once we had our plans finalized, we did talk to our neighbors along the laneway on both sides, on Bain and on Withrow and on the...
Your 5 minutes is up. You make your quick summation.
Final last comment. There was a lot of support from neighbors along the way that were really excited about us and supportive. 11 letters of support were provided to us. And then I know there are 2 letters in opposition that were provided.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you. Let's have the next speaker. Yeah.
We will hear now the first in-person speaker.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Good morning, members of committee. The name's Matthew Helfand. Address is 181 Bay Street.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm here on behalf of the owners of 200 Withrow. That is the east side of the semi-detached building that forms the subject property.
Okay.
Now, my clients are not in full opposition to the application or to the proposed construction, but there are a few variances that we have concerns with that I'd like to address. That would be variances 1 and 3, and then which deal with the what I'll call the step-back variance. And then 3 is the FSI variance. And then we have variances 4 and 5 under the new revised notice, which deal with the ancillary building, which we think is of concern, but could be addressed with reasonable conditions that I'm going to be getting to towards the end of my submissions. If staff wouldn't mind pulling up my letter, and particularly page 5, which has some photos of the backyard. And what you'll see here is the 2 sides of the semi. My client's property is on the left. And what's being proposed with the application is to build a 3-story extension, an approximate replacement of those 1-story bump outs that exist. And the 3-story replacement area will have windows all along the back, including, particularly of concern, a 3rd-story window facing my client's backyard with a balcony. And it's not even a Juliet balcony, it's a platform balcony. In these lots, which are quite narrow, and in a circumstance where we have a semi-detached, I think that variances to the rear need to be very carefully scrutinized because there's a lot of sensitivity there, and we think this goes a bit beyond the pale of what would be appropriate in meeting the 4 tests. So with respect to variance number 1, which is the step-back variance, I think this drives quite a lot of the concern. And the concerns specifically, I think, fall into 2 buckets. On the one hand, overlook and privacy from the windows and the balcony, and then also just a general massing impact that occurs when you have such narrow lots, and particularly with the semis. And like I said, I think that's driven by variances 1 and 3. So with this step back, what the bylaw requires is that above 8.5 meters, the main wall at the rear is supposed to move inwards, 1.4 meters. And I think that when we're thinking about the intent and purpose, this application shows exactly why that sort of regulation exists, I think, where you have tight semi-detached buildings, and it allows you, the bylaw allows you to build up, maybe even to add some FSI, but with that step back, it ensures that the amenity of your neighbor, their rear yard, is still protected, and that you can't put windows or balconies that are directly abutting and overlooking. And so I think that this 1.4, this variance to remove that 1.4 meter step back is inappropriate, not meeting the 4 tests, causes impact, and not meeting the intent of the bylaw, which is really to protect this sort of condition. You can build up, but you got to pull it backwards, and that's what I think we're seeing here. With the FSI, we're not here to say that no FSI increase should happen. That's, these are like tight lots. A lot of the buildings are built beyond the existing bylaw requirements, but 1.12 in this situation is actually quite high. And bear in mind that 1.12 doesn't include the ancillary building at all. That's just the main building. So we think that contributes to the massing, contributes to the impact, and I know the committee can't revise on the fly, but I think 1.12 is a bit too high, and I'll say we did write a letter to the applicant setting out our concerns. I didn't receive a response from that. There may have been some discussions with my client, but no formal response when we set out these exact concerns. So I think there was a compromise here, and I know that that's not part of the 4 tests, but I think the committee should be aware of that. Then in terms of the second set of variances, the ancillary building, this is an existing barn building that's not proposed to be modified on the outside, so we don't really have a problem with the proposed construction as far as the variances are concerned, but there will be a proposal to add 2 new windows facing my client's property and adding the second story. And so this does 2 things. I think first of all, it just proves the challenges with the main building variances, because the main building variances with the windows now on the back ancillary building, we've got quite a lot of crowding, right? That's a lot of building mass that exists with windows facing from both directions. That's a lot of privacy and overlook concern. So we think that the variances for the ancillary building, that's 4 and 5, we would consent to those with some conditions imposed, and I think those conditions would be 1, frosted glass would, I think, be appropriate for the windows that are facing my client's property. The second would be no habitable space on the top floor, because it's currently proposed to be an office, and we think it should stay as an office and not be used for habitable space. And then to tie those together would be substantial conformity with the plans, and particularly I would think plans S 7.3 and S 8.2, which is the second floor plan and the elevation. I think those would be, but I'm in the committee's hands on those. So those are my submissions. I thank you for listening, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Yes, I do have one. Just to clarify, you said that if you will be approved, you will compromise on having frosted glass on those windows that facing your client's backyard. So I see on only the second floor or the first floor? No, I mean, only on the second floor, I mean.
What we're referring to is the frosted glass for the rear. Sorry, for the ancillary building. I don't think.
For the auxiliary building.
For the ancillary, as far as the main building.
Yeah, I just want to clarify.
Yeah, I don't think it can be saved with frosted glass for the main building.
Oh, okay. For the auxiliary building, which is on what elevation?
I think S 7.3, and if it's not S 7.3, it's S 8.2.
8.2.
Yeah, I think that's right, which is showing the elevation.
Okay.
Thank you for the question, Madam Chair.
All right. So, all right. Any question to this? No. Thank you. Yeah. All right. Thank you. I think we still have some more speakers.
Quickly before I forget, Matthew, does your client have a 3rd-story deck, rooftop deck? It looked like from the photos there's a rooftop deck there.
If we could pull up the photo and I could show you, I think there's a small amenity space there.
The main house.
Yeah, there is a rooftop deck. I'm not sure exactly. Yeah, there you go. I'm not exactly sure the size or the dimension. I'm sorry, I don't.
Okay, I just wanted to.
Yeah, it's within the existing the footprint of the back wall. So that's right.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Andrea Pera, and I'm here on behalf of my husband and myself, and we are neighbors directly across the street at 195 Withrow Avenue. We were recently here with you guys at COA in 2024 for our own home, and so I think I have a pretty good understanding of the Committee of Adjustment process, as well as the Riverdale neighborhood and kind of the history of renovations in the neighborhood. There's been some objections raised to the project, and I just wanted to testify in support. Riverdale is a very old neighborhood. Most of the homes are about 100 years old. Having gone through the process ourselves, the overwhelming sentiment from the neighbors was that people generally support people improving their properties, making them more livable, and improving the property values of the neighborhood. I understand this can be hard for people who have lived in the neighborhood for a long time, but the neighborhoods are not frozen in time, and the homes must evolve with the times. People generally live in larger homes than they did 100 years ago. many people make additions to make their homes larger. As it was mentioned before, the zoning bylaws don't really align with the history of this neighborhood, and many of the homes already are larger in FSI than what exists. And then many homes have come to Committee of Adjustment to do additions, and these have been approved. So the FSI that's being proposed in this project, given my review and understanding going through our process, that this is well within the scope of what has already been done and what exists in the neighborhood, and particularly for the semi-detached and townhome lots, which are a little bit smaller, the FSI has been a little bit more generous in the past. Regarding massing, if you walk down the laneways, you can clearly see that there's many homes that have rear additions. And if you look on Google Earth, there's 3 homes on the exact same side of the street on the same block that have a similar or greater depth to the proposed project. And so while the immediate 2 homes aren't as deep, it's not out of keeping of the context of what already exists in the neighborhood and what's on the same block. With regards to the 3rd floor balcony, about half the homes in the neighborhood have rear 3rd-story balconies, so it's super common. This includes both of the 2 immediate neighbors. So while there are concerns about privacy and overlook, this already exists in the neighborhood, and the 2 neighbors both overlooked the property in question. And this is just kind of part of living in the city and the houses being close together. For the rear barn garage conversion, the structure's been there for 100 years, so the massing has been there for 100 years, and so a lot of these zoning bylaws the structure predates the zoning bylaws, and now with the recent garden and laneway suites, you could build a very similar structure as of right. So I think the request for variance is there just because there's really no precedent for a barn conversion. But I think it'd be very similar to a laneway suite, and just 2 doors down, we have a 2-story laneway suite that's about to be built. So it's very in keeping with the kind of current context of the neighborhood. So overall, knowing the history and context of prior home renovations in the neighborhood, I think this proposal is in keeping with the scale of projects that already have happened recently, have been proposed and being built. There's always construction going on. We have 4 homes on the street right now undergoing construction. And I think this is in keeping with what's happening in the neighborhood. I'm happy that the front elevation is staying the same, and maintaining the historic like Victorian and Edwardian architecture of the neighborhood that I think really gives it its charm. And then lots of people do back additions to make it more livable and contemporary to fit modern growing families.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Yes. So any question to the speaker? No? Okay, thank you. Yeah. Mm-hmm. We have another. Yeah.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Yes.
Thank you very much. My name is Eleanor Huber, and I reside to the west of the subject property at 196 Withrow.
Okay.
I have lived in this house for 27 years and also raised my children. And our backyards are a very big part of our living space. I currently have a grade level patio that is already affected by the shadowing from the existing structure of 196. The proposed increases in height, depth, floor space, and then the added space in the auxiliary building really would affect my enjoyment of my backyard. I think there's going to be a direct loss of privacy with windows. I'm not even sure where they are going to be. At this point, I have, as I say, direct shadowing already, but now it's going to be a cumulative impact with both buildings being enlarged. I also have this overwhelming feeling that I'm going to be completely enclosed by their property. There's a massing effect. Their structure already comes beyond mine. So I feel that if it is approved, my rear patio will be functionally shaded during the primary hours when I, as a retired teacher, have used it for decades. And now I want to use it all the time, but I won't be able to hang out my laundry, go for morning coffee outside because I won't have any sunlight. So the new overlook, also my third floor deck is flush with the building that is there now. They want to add more space for a third floor deck. And that also increases the issue that I have. And thank you very much for listening.
Okay, just do I have a question to this speaker? Okay, no, all right. So we're ready for the next speaker. Yeah.
I've tried to reach this Daniel Greenberg, and he's not answering.
Not answering. Okay. What number address that one? That speaker.
The address?
Yeah.
183 Bain Avenue.
Oh, okay. So they have they send a letter. That's all. Okay, thank you. Any other speakers? Okay, now we can bring back the applicant, and then we can, she can give us a rebuttal for the issues raised by 196, I think.
Hi, it's Sandy McKenna.
Yeah.
So a couple of points from both what was raised about 200 and 196. So first 200. We have spoken with our neighbors at 200. We sat down in the summer, well before we submitted the plans, to sit down and flip through them and talk about it and have emailed back and forth with it. I did not email back and have correspondence with their lawyer. We spoke directly with each other as neighbors. So just, I wanted you to know there was like a very proactive discussions around that. There are no windows that are facing into our neighbors' yards. All the windows face into our backyard, as proposed, except for like the ones existing on our house that look into a brick wall, but there's nothing that's facing that will impact any privacy to either neighbor. So that's not correct from the overlook from our additions on our third floor. Yeah, the balcony that was raised by both, it is a Juliet balcony. It's required by the fire code, and that room is actually going to be a bedroom for a child. So I didn't really want anything other than what I needed for a fire code for that. And it was built to just be what was required for that purpose. So I can take that back to double check that is exactly just what's required for like safety when we go to permits on that. It is not a third floor deck that we've proposed. The overlook that is being raised as a concern is far less than from patios because there's just it's enclosed space, so you won't hear up any noise, and there's just one window from a bedroom use. There's a significant number of rear additions that are squared off just as we're proposing on that. And if you pull up the map, the location map, you'll see there's houses to the east and to the west that are further back than what we're proposing. It'd be very aligned with probably around what you see, if you zoom in a little bit, what 206 is like. But you see that there's ones, so it's not that, it's like, and as Ella was saying about from 196, that we're further back than her, only very slightly now. And the addition is only very moderate, just to use our existing north wall. Like, we're not increasing any depth, so it's really not extending there. From a habitable space comment that was raised from 200. So as of right with lane housing, second floor spaces can be used as habitable space. The term of habitable space that we were using just is that we were going to finish and be able to use it. Right now it's just unfinished. It's not got insulation or any of that. So we want, and it's just got a ladder access. So maybe it's the term of habitable space that the legal counsel from 200 was kind of working with. So just wanted to clarify that it doesn't sound like there's difference of view on that. And there's also as of right with laneway housing. 196 raised issue about the additional space from the ancillary building. There's no additional space in the ancillary building. In fact, it's beneficial to 196 for this because right now there's a piece of it that's kind of pushed over actually on her property line that we're bringing back over onto our property line. And again, there's no windows or view directly into anybody's backyard. It's just ours. There's a lot of been discussion about shadowing and shadow impact because of the setback from the north wall that we're looking for variance on. Our backyards are north facing as of now, like they're tall buildings and we're north facing. The shadowing impact should be negligible on that third floor addition, given the proximity of our, like given the direction of our yards and the overhang of trees actually as well. I think that addresses all of the comments that people will raised as concerns with that. So I hope that addresses the question satisfactorily.
Thank you. Okay. And any questions? Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, just a quick one. The deck in the back is it's a little larger than a Juliet, is it? Like, can you sit out there? Could someone put a chair out there? Or is it simply for building code access? Hi, hello? We lose her?
She's saying.
Oh, hi, yeah, sorry, I was muted. Couldn't unmute myself there.
Okay.
Yeah, so I don't think you couldn't put a chair on it. It's simply for building code requirements. Yeah.
So it's effectively a Juliet.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay, thanks.
Yeah.
One additional question, Madam Chair. I'm curious to the homeowner, are you in any way opposed to the recommendation from legal counsel that we heard earlier about the ancillary windows being frosted, just to minimize some of the overlook coming from the rear of the yard into other properties?
I've thought about that request, and I did look into if there's that sort of requirement for lane housing or any other ancillary building. And I didn't find any conditions or requirements in the building or in any zoning that had that condition put or requirement outlined. So my thought was that we should just be consistent with what other decisions and requirements are out there in the building rules and previous decisions, which I didn't find any other requirements on that. So I didn't know that it was a reasonable condition to add if it wasn't aligned with other.
Yeah. So I can comment on that. Usually for privacy, usually it's sort of like make it more, that's sort of mitigate the impact on the neighbor. It's not really just requires case to case, and sometimes it's through negotiation and for in favor of your neighbors and privacy. So it's not really a requirement. So it's not for every site, every auxiliary building.
And I'll just add to that as well. We have seen instances too where just the bottom 50% of a window, if it's double hung, has had that condition applied to it. So it wouldn't necessarily have to be the entire window. It's just an idea to sort of
No, because yeah, it's been
moderate.
mentioned, it's been raised. That's why we asked you this question. Yeah. Okay.
Can I ask that, so there's some discussion about habitable space. So just maybe just clarify, from looking at your floor plans on the second floor, you've got a washroom and what looks like a kitchen. Although you're saying that this is going to be used for office use. So habitable space in our world is someone living there, right? So you're renting out the space and someone is actually habitating that space. So that's why, I mean, when you think about a laneway suite or a garden suite, that's someone who's living there, you're renting it out to a person. So that's why when we talk about habitable, that's what we mean. So I just want to clarify your intent. Given that you put a kitchen in there, is it your intent to have someone renting or living there?
No, it is not. And if it ever was, our intent was ever to change, we're very happy to come back to committee and go
Right,
through.
and you'd have to do that to get those permissions. So one condition might be, if the panel were inclined, to ensure that this is not habitable space.
Well, what if our children were to want to stay there during university and it's not rented out, it's just for a homeowner?
Well, that's habitable space. If someone's going to be actually living there, that's habitable space. So if that's your intent, you would need different permissions from us.
Yeah, so I think, okay, so that would make it a separate unit, like that would be another request to come in for a separate official unit space.
That's right. If down the road you want to use it for family to live there, then that's a different definition than what you're asking for us from today.
Yeah, exactly. Actually, I do have difficulty on this one. It's not that the habitable space is understood, but I'm thinking about the bylaw. They should come in as just like a laneway house, laneway suite, because you know why the bylaw permits laneway suite. The purpose of the bylaw is to increase housing stock with a moderate increase.
I
but
get that.
It's not extension. They propose to use it as office.
Right.
It's almost then the purpose is to as an extension or expansion of the house use. So I think that is a contravene with the intent of the bylaw, which is to actually have a real rental unit or someone in the
I understand that, but I'm not sure I
Yeah.
agree with you.
Yeah.
I think given that it's an existing structure, they're just renovating the inside for a
Yeah,
different
that I
use.
agree. I agree. This is a good proposal for that purpose. But I think that the intent, if coming in as a suite, with the intent of the garden suite or laneway suite is to increase the stock of residential units. It's not an expansion of the use of your main house, which they are proposing now, which is an expansion use, is like an office. So it's not a residential dwelling. It is office use. That is some difficulty for me, is because I do not think it is in line with the intent of the bylaw. Yeah.
So there's not a variance that's been requested on change of use. We had a quite extensive discussion with this when we did our zoning certificate.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just on the zoning, like the minor variance requests are on height and the square footage and the parking. Like those are the three items on the agenda.
Yes, I do see the variances, what you're requesting. But what I'm trying to say is the definition of the non-habitable space is confusing us, I think.
Could have used remember, yeah.
Okay. Peter, please, yeah.
Thank you. I just want to confirm, in the site photos, it appears that the rear yard is mostly covered by a wooden deck, but the plans are showing grass or permeable surface. Is that correct?
Let's look at the plans. The deck, there is a deck there now, yes. I have to look at the plans. Is there, do you have a,
Well, I mean, there's no variance being requested for rear yard soft landscaping, and I mean, on the site plan, it does say, it's showing nothing in the background, but you know what you're proposing, right? What are you proposing to do in the backyard?
the backyard is no, there's no changing to the backyard.
Okay, well, so currently it's covered mostly by a wooden deck, is that correct?
Yes, where there's space between, so there's lots, and it's all the soils underneath, and there's lots of space that's in between with that. And when we built it, it was actually reviewed by the city. There was somebody come to look at it.
Okay.
Yeah, I think a building inspector did come to look at it around zoning, and I think the reason it did, that type of deck doesn't need a zoning change is it wasn't high enough off the ground.
And it had lots of space between the slats to allow for permeability to the ground.
Peter, you asked the same question I have. The site plan is not showing a deck.
No.
So the default on the site plan is that is grass, soil, is not covered. So what we have before us is a plan that doesn't contemplate that deck in the backyard. Right? So Peter's right, it's not, you're not showing a deck, and there, as a result, the building examiner is assuming that there is going to be no deck there. And that's why you don't need a rear yard landscaping variance. So what's before us is saying something different than what you're hoping to achieve. Right? So if we were to approve this, we would be approving it on the basis of what the plan is before us, which is no deck in the backyard.
Understood.
There might be a missing variance.
They'd need a landscaping variance if there was a deck back there.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think like the deck is gonna have to be ripped up to do this construction anyhow, right? So if there's a condition around that, that would make sense, because we would have to, or if there's if we need to have that, then we can come back with a different variance on that as required. So I take your point on that.
But how about we
Madam
cannot?
Chair,
Yes.
Chair, just to add to Member Clay's comments, if as one of the opposition here today, the representative suggested that one of the conditions be construction substantially in accordance with, there's nothing on the site plan if we attach it as a condition.
Right.
It says there's a wooden deck there, so just to reinforce.
So we
what
tie
you're
it to the plans, right?
It does say lawn on the site plan.
It actually says lawn?
Yeah, in the middle of it.
So if we tie it to plan, then.
Written vertically, yeah.
Okay.
Through you, Madam Chair, the purpose of application does reflect a rear deck with stairs. And the purpose of application also reflects the fact that the second level of the ancillary building will be for office habitable space. So if you were to approve the application with the condition of no habitable space, then we should probably also amend the purpose of application, okay?
And there is a new deck off the back on the site plan, right?
Yeah.
Just not the whole backyard.
Right.
Right. It's a good catch, Peter.
So we have asked all the questions, or? Yeah. So can we get into committee now? Okay, let's get into committee. I think this is really confusing to me, but I have to say something that I like the proposal. It's not like I'm opposed. I think it makes a lot of sense to make use of the existing structure and create something nice. But I think the confusing part is all this definition about habitable. It's definitely a habitable space when you have plumbing and a kitchen and a stove, right? That is the definition even for habitable space. It's all the surfaces there. So you can then now say that we approve a proposal that is it's not a habitable space. This is a big contradiction for me. If they can clear that part up, that's fine, but still, overall, I think the proposal is desirable and it fits into the context, in my opinion. Okay, that's my comment.
Yeah, I'll this way, and I actually thought this was a pretty good proposal. I think the neighbor across the street made a particularly relevant point, is that this is not an uncommon type of addition in this and frankly many neighborhoods. This is just replacing a one-story deck. It's not going out any deeper than the existing structure off the back. It's going up 3 stories. But I did note that, both houses on either side do have rooftop decks, so I'm not concerned about the overlook. I think that precedent has already been more or less established. The balcony on the 3rd floor is simply a Juliet. It's not going to be a large balcony where folks are going to be sitting out and recreating. I think that's reasonable. I think the fact, I take your point about the ancillary structure. I think the fact that it's already existing is relevant, and whether or not it is a laneway suite or a garden suite down the road, I think the applicant is quite aware that if they were to consider it along those lines, that they may have to come back to this committee for additional or different types of variances. Now, I have no problem. I think this panel has in the past quite regularly put a condition on for requiring it to be non-habitable, and and there has been situations where rear ancillary structures have had plumbing in it, and that condition, in my view, satisfies my outstanding concern about it becoming something that is used more regularly for rental or other types of family accommodation. It does have a kitchen in it. I get that, and maybe they're roughing a kitchen in for future use, and if that's the case, then they'll be back to this committee. I think they understand that, and the building examiner and building code folks would understand that. If it was a new construction, if it was something new or putting a second story on for that, I might have a different opinion. But given that it's an existing, almost heritage structure, I frankly don't have an issue with that. I think overall this is a reasonable proposal and a reasonable application given the context of the neighborhood. I appreciate the neighbor next door's concern, raised a number of concerns. I don't think those are significant enough to change. Katie talked about the frosted glass. I'm not as concerned about that because it's not a permanent use. It's going to be used for office space for the time being. It looks out onto their own backyard, not onto the adjacent properties. So I'm personally, I'm open to your guys' thoughts, but I'm okay with the glass as currently constructed.
Yes. What I also want to add, what I left at is that I'm not opposing even if they come to apply for habitable garden suite. I think it's appropriate proposal, but it just make it confused as to put in and not as a non-habitable space.
I guess so, but that's the use they've asked for, right?
Okay.
So. If they're asking for it to be used as office space or storage space right now, I think they understand that if they're going to change the use, that they would have to come back for different permissions.
Yeah, agreed. Okay. Yeah. All right. So, but Peter mentioned about the site plan regarding the landscaping. Right? We have to make that as a condition.
Yeah, I think tying it to site plan would be important to secure that, because that's a huge change, right?
Yeah, exactly. Can we also add a comment that according to the site plan, which show the rear yard as landscaping?
Yeah.
I think Sabrina was saying that if the panel is going to approve this one, that they might have changed the purpose as well.
Okay.
I agree with your comments, Larry.
Yeah. All right. So any other comments, please? Yeah.
I'll just second the comments already received. I think it's the proposal is contextually appropriate for the neighborhood. It maintains the built scale and also the typology, built form typology in the neighborhood and respects what's already existing. So I support, I would support the application.
If you okay? Okay, so I'll, if you're okay, Chair, I'll move a motion to approve this application.
It's amended application.
As amended, with the condition of tying it to, we're going to change the purpose, Sabrina, with the condition of tying it to the site plan. There are Metrolinx conditions 2 and 3. They've now changed their format.
Yeah,
They're actually
exactly.
putting numbered conditions in. So Sabrina, is that appropriate?
Through you, Mr. Chair, those are more comments than conditions.
They're comments, not
Yeah.
conditions? Okay, so we've seen that now. That's a new format that
Yes.
we're using.
Yeah.
So those are more just comments. So there's no conditions.
No
Okay.
conditions, yeah.
Okay.
Any other conditions, guys? That was it? Okay.
So, sorry, through you, Madam Chair, then we're tying it to site plan.
Yep.
And are you also stating no
habitable
habitable space?
Oh, right, yes,
on the
thank you.
site?
Yeah,
That's
so-
the big thing.
Yeah, that was a big issue. So we'll have a condition that the ancillary dwelling not be used for habitable purposes.
Okay.
Thank you.
So should the purpose reflect that as well then?
Yes, through you, Madam Chair, the
Yes.
purpose will reflect just the office space.
Mhm.
Okay,
Great.
and then the removal of variance number 4.
Number 4, yes. All right, so all, second to that motion? Be the second, and, sorry, it's just, all in favor with the conditions and amended agenda. All in favor, it's approved unanimously, thank you, yeah. With those conditions and, yeah, amendment. Okay, now we move to item number 7. Oh, you want to break? Okay, sorry, we'd like to have
5 minutes.
10 minutes? 10 minutes
10
break.
minutes?
10-minute break?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Please turn off your videos and microphones.
Can she?
Isn't there a sort of a wheelchair available in the building? Oh. We could roll you around it?
I'd rather crawl.
Yeah, she has tried.
building two-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a rear south side two-story addition with a deck and stairs, and a west side entrance abutting Dufferin Avenue. The existing rear deck will be demolished. We receive a copy of survey site plan floor plans, elevations, and 5 photographs of the property, and also we receive comment from the Urban Forestry and also a support letter from 134 Duplex Avenue. And that's all the material we have received. And
Through you, Madam Chair, we have the agent online and no registered speakers.
there's no opposition. Okay.
Hello to all. My name is Ben Gom from Project Studio Architects. I'm representing the owners of 53 Manor Road West.
And you do not have any oppositions, it's not contested application. Let me see whether we require presentation. No? Oh, my microphone, okay. All right, it's not a contested application, so the panel does not require presentation from you. Do you have anything you want to address the panel before we move into discussion?
Yeah, just briefly, I'll just mention that in your description, you mentioned there was one letter of approval. There's actually 4 letters of approval. That's one PDF with 4 letters. So we do have the next door neighbor, the adjacent semi-detached at 51 Manor. We have across the street on Manor at 52. And then we also have the two properties that are across on Duplex that are in support as well, that would directly look right onto this addition.
Oh, that's great.
So yes, we have 4 letters of support.
Yeah, it's good to hear that your other semi also have support from them.
Yeah. And just also wanted to mention that our first submission for zoning, we had 5 variances. And we did have some concerns from the next door neighbor, and in discussions with them, we brought that down to one very simple FSI request, and we were able to satisfy the next door neighbor's concerns. And just the last point being that obviously I'm very aware with the definition of FSI, but it should be noted that the only reason that this FSI is a little bit higher than what is essentially a very, very typical rear addition in this entire neighborhood is because this site happens to be the smallest site because it's on the corner. It's the smallest site in the entire neighborhood. So that's the only reason the percentage difference is showing as a bit of a higher FSI, even though I still think 0.94 it falls within, a minor variance.
Okay, thank you. Any question to the applicant? Okay, we do not have any question for you, so we are in committee now. So
Okay.
This seems to be a good pool. Yeah.
Take this one, Chair. Thanks. Yeah, this is extremely straightforward. There's only one variance. There's no variances related to setbacks or length or depth. And I think the corner lot, the fact that this is a corner lot, makes that FSI really negligible. And this does result in a floor plan to a house that makes a lot more sense. I think it's a good renovation. And I'm glad to hear that the agent has, there were concerns with the neighbor before, and they've rectified those, so that's admirable. I believe the variance is minor, and so I move approval with the condition from Urban Forestry.
One, yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. So for BC, a second, KDPC second, and all in favor with the conditions? All in favor unanimously with Urban Forestry condition. Thank you, it's approved. Yeah. Oh, okay, the item number, next item is number 9, 64 SAULTER Street. This is to alter the existing 2-story row house dwelling by constructing a complete third-story addition. The attic space will be used as a habitable space. We have received a survey, site plan, floor plan, elevations, and 4 photographs and presentation material from the agent, and corridor development permit also from TLCA permit copy. We have received comment from Metro Links and also from TLCA. We have support letter from 59, 34, 55, 57, 59, 68, SAULTER Street, and also 6 forms of letters in support from 51, 57, 55, 75, 79, SAULTER Street, and also 62. And that's all the material we have received, and they are seeking just one variance.
Through you, Madam Chair, we have the owner online.
Yeah.
Morning, committee members. Yes,
Yes.
my name is Sarah Stothard. I'm one of the owners of 64 Salter Street.
Oh, okay, so you're at 64, right? Your address, yeah.
Correct.
Okay, so since you do not have any opposition to speak to this application, and I'd like to see whether the panel wants a presentation. No, we do not require a presentation from you. We are ready to discuss. Do you have anything you want, particularly you want to address the panel? You can address the panel now. Yeah.
Sure, thank you. Yeah, I did submit presentation materials, but I appreciate that it's not particularly controversial, and we've been grateful for support. I guess I'll just say sort of the personal context for the variance is I live there with my husband and our 2 young children, 4 and 2 years old. We have essentially maximized the space that we have in our 3 bedrooms, and we're hoping to grow our family. We both work from home on occasion. We have parents who stay with us on occasion, and we very much love the neighborhood. We love our street and our neighbors, and we want to remain there. And so the variance is thought just to allow us to continue to do so. And as you'll see, I think from the application, it's a very minor variance. It's not visible from the street itself. It doesn't have an impact on our neighbors because we're very much just renovating within the existing attic space, subject to a dormer just to level out the vaulted ceilings of the attic.
Mm-hmm.
We've received considerable support, as you saw, and also I canvassed other committee approvals on the street, and it's the floor space index we're seeking is very much in line with those approvals, and also sort of in line with similar 3-story houses on the street. So from my perspective, it's obviously a very desirable improvement, and I hope you think so too.
Thank you. Yes. I have one quick question just to clarify. You have submitted some approved drawings from for the TLCA application. Those drawings, are they consistent with the one that we are looking at?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I believe initial drawings reviewed by TRCA did not have the bathroom at the back, but our architect and agent submitted those updated drawings to TRCA, and those are the ones that they've, I believe, written to you and expressed their approval of, or lack of objection.
So they're the same drawings. So thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. And any other questions? Okay. Now we are in. We do not have any more questions, and now we are in committee. Yeah. Yes, Mr. Lombardi. Yeah.
Yeah, this is for one variance. I think it's a modest renovation, and I think it meets the 4 tests, and I'm prepared to move a motion to approve it.
Okay, and 1 second. Mr. Clay, second. All in favor, with no conditions, right? There are no conditions. It's approved with no conditions. Unanimously, with KDPC declare conflict of interest. And it's, yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay, I wait for her to come back. The next item. The next item is item number 10. Is 425 Main Street. This is to alter existing 3-story detached dwelling by constructing a new complete first story addition with a rear covered deck and above a portion of the existing 2nd floor. We receive a survey site plan, 4 plans and elevation, a revised site plan, and a red line public notice, and 3 photographs of this property and a cover letter from the agent, and 3 protection plan. Also, we have received comment from community planning, and they are seeking, I believe, 7 variances. Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, we have the agent online.
Oh, okay.
Hello, I'm Len Angelisi of Len Angelisi Design, here to represent the homeowners of 425 Main Street.
Okay. We have received a revised, red line public notice. Have you make some changes to our?
So what we had originally proposed a roof that was flat on top.
Mm-hmm.
What we have done is we've replaced that roof with a pitched roof.
Mm-hmm.
We've maintained the same height, or requesting the same height. It's just it decreases, I guess, the severity of the variance that we're asking for.
So are you deleting some variances?
Yes, we're deleting
can you
that
go through the on our agenda? It's not matching what we have here.
We're
right?
deleting the third variance. We
three.
had previously,
Yeah.
we had previously proposed a balcony.
Okay.
We've removed that balcony, and basically that's interior space in the dwelling now. We're still below the required space floor index.
Mm-hmm. So everything else not changed, 1 and 2, right?
They're still the same. Yes,
Okay.
that's correct.
Thank you.
Sorry, through you, Madam Chair, does the purpose of application need to be amended? Question to the applicant?
Yes.
Sorry, does the application need to be amended? The variances that we're requesting are still the same as previously?
No, sorry, the purpose of application. If you're removing, are you removing the rear cover deck?
We are.
Yes, okay, so we're going to
Oh,
amend.
sorry, yes, that the purpose of application needs to be, sorry, that needs to be amended,
just
yes.
delete the rear cover that, from there, okay.
My apologies.
All right, so everything else stays the same, right? All right, thank you. And then, they do not have any propositions, right? So do we require a presentation or just questions?
No, just a question.
Okay, we do not need a presentation from you. We have questions, though. Yeah, please go ahead.
Just looking at your photos, sir, in the rear yard, that kind of looks like it's artificial turf. Is that artificial turf back there?
I think there's a combination of artificial turf and then there's natural grass areas as well, sir.
Just again, like the earlier one, your revised plans show that as grass.
Okay.
So, and consequently, you don't have a rear yard landscaping variance. So, planning is asking us to tie it to elevations. We may also want to tie it to the site plan. So if that is artificial grass, it would
Yes.
have to be removed and replaced with real grass.
I understand.
Okay.
Yes. And it's important that artificial turf is not real grass at all. Yeah, okay. That's a good observation, I must say. Good. Okay, any other questions, please? Okay, we do not have any more questions. Now we are in committee. Larry, why?
Yeah, sure. I'll take this one. This is, again, fairly straightforward. There is an increase in height, but it's still fairly modest. And commend to the applicant to change the pitch of the roof. A pitched roof is always a little bit more attractive than a flat roof, but and it reduces the impact on the neighbors. So that's good. So I think it's a reasonable application. I think I'd like to move approval. Planning staff want to tie it to the elevations. I'd add tying it to the site plan as well.
Yeah.
I don't think there are any other conditions.
And as amended,
yes, thank you.
Yeah. Second, Mr. Lombardi, second. All in favor with the amended agenda and the condition. Thank you. All in favor. It's unanimously approved. Thank you. Next item is 11, is 86 GEARY Avenue. This is to alter the existing two-story residential dwelling building by demolishing less than 50% of the main walls and to construct a complete basement addition as well as a two-story addition along the east side and the north side. This building will contain non-residential uses. It's a take-out and eating establishment. And the residential use, 3 dwelling unit will be removed. And we have received a survey site plan, floor plan elevations, 2 photographs, and a cover letter from the agent. And we have received a support from 383 Westmoreland Avenue North. And they are seeking 7 variances. Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, we have the agent online and 2 registered speakers, one in interest and another in support.
Okay. One in opposition, one in support?
No interest.
Interest, okay,
Yeah.
I see, all right. Okay.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the committee. My name is Barry Goldman. I'm at 321 Carlaw Avenue, Suite 203. And I'm the architect for this proposal. I can make a brief presentation if you think it's warranted, or I'm happy to answer any questions.
I think there's some people would like to speak in interest. I think maybe you should give us a brief presentation.
Certainly. So the proposal is to retain the existing building and construct an addition above and to the rear on the existing property. I'll just quickly go through the variances. Variance number 1, the required floor to floor is supposed to be 4.5 meters from grade to first floor. We're 9 centimeters below that. That really just worked out with our interior drawings and removing a single step. It seems minor, but it was to reduce a step within the building. Again, out of 4.5 meters, I'll suggest 9 centimeters or 2% is minor. That's variance number 1. Additionally, the employment zone, they're suggesting takeout eating establishments shall not exceed 500 meters. We're a little below 10% beyond that number. So we're asking for a 10% increase over the maximum there. Again, I'd suggest that is minor. Variance number 3, the minimum required front yard setback 3 meters. That's a technical variance. We're retaining the existing front. So that is an existing condition that we intend to maintain. Variance number 4, the side yard setback. Similarly, we are retaining the existing building, and so we're keeping the existing side yard setbacks. I'll add that these are typical for the neighborhood. If you were to look at the block on Google Street View, you'd see that all of the buildings have similar conditions. Variance number 5, minimum required rear yard setback of 7.5 meters. Again, we are less than the side yard setback of both of our existing adjacent neighbors. This is typical for the neighborhood and is in keeping with the adjacent neighbors in the entire block. Variance number 6, the minimum required lot frontage. Again, I'll say that's a technical variance. The lot exists. The building is currently sitting on it, and we don't intend to change the lot. So it's an existing condition. And finally, variance number 7, similarly, was asking for a 3-meter wide soft strip. That would be appropriate if the building were to be demolished and reconstructed, but that's not what we're attempting to do here. We're retaining the existing building, so there's no opportunity for a landscape strip. We're maintaining the existing condition. It's similar to the adjacent buildings and up and down the street. So on that basis, committee, I'd suggest the variances before you are minor. This proposal meets the 4 tests and is worthy of approval. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We will hold our question to you, and then we would like to hear the other speakers, and then we'll bring back. Okay.
Rose, you've been muted.
Oh.
Rose,
Yes,
you're being muted.
Hello?
I'm here.
Yes. Can you tell us your name and address, and then can you tell us what your concerns are, please? Yeah.
I will. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to the committee this morning.
I think we have echoes here. Can you switch off other devices? Just
Switched off on.
maybe you have multiple devices on. Yes.
There are two of us that will speak, unfortunately.
Hello, Rose?
Yes.
Hello, Rose, we cannot hear you, and you may have multiple devices on, so if you can mute one of those devices.
One device at this stage. Can you hear me?
No.
Okay, through you, Madam Chair, we're going to go to the next speaker and then come back to Rose.
Okay.
Guy, you have been muted.
Yes, I'm on. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you clearly. So.
All right. So my name is Guy Plo. I live at 1102 Dover Court Road.
Okay. Yeah.
The back end of that proposed building is facing my property, where I'm the property manager.
Mm-hmm.
I have lived there since May of 1986, and I've seen residents come and go at that unit, and I've maintained that driveway. I use it. My wife is handicapped, and so I park in my driveway there to let her in and out of the car and to bring supplies to the home. And I've been doing that for the last 40 years. And I clean and maintain the driveway. I do the sealant. I've replaced the driveway twice since I've been there. And I have had the opportunity to speak with the owner and Mr. Goldman on a couple of occasions. And it seems reasonable, but I'd like to bring just a couple concerns that I brought up with them. That laneway is going to be a solid wall where the back of their building is. So my sunlight from my back bedroom is going to be affected. But Mr. Goldman has assured me that that's going to be a solid wall with a steel door as an emergency exit. That place has maybe, from the steel door to my bedroom window, has maybe 12 feet, 9 feet. So my privacy there is a concern for me. So here are my concerns. If it's a steel door, I would like if we can make sure that it's not an in and out for skip the dishes, DoorDash, or anything like that. They go through the front. The door stays closed, and it's not a smoking area back there. I don't want to be starting to clean out the smoke. I understand from the property owner, Mr. Josh Spatz, and I've spoken with him. He came to the site, so he seems very reasonable that it's only going to be for deliveries of his supplies during the daytime. So I'm not expecting anything at 2 o'clock in the morning, like having DoorDash or eateries or anything like that happening. It's not going to be a smoking area. Those are my primary concern. And the other one that we haven't addressed, and I don't know if they can, is where's their garbage and recycling going to come out of? And that's just, that's because it's my backyard. I clean it. I have a shed back there. I maintain the whole area, so I'm concerned that I don't want to be cleaning up the garbage or the cigarette butts, and that's it. In that picture that you see there, right behind those trees, is my shed, and depending on how we design it, the shed may get in the way of that steel door that they're planning to put there. But the owner, Josh, and I have spoken. He seems pretty reasonable, so I think we're going to find a way around that. But it's those considerations, if we can put some consideration and say, hey, the garbage isn't all going to the backyard. I don't want to see 12, recycling buckets or compost back there in the driveway. And I don't see that addressed anywhere. But those are essentially my concerns. My relationship with them seems to be fair. Mr. Goldman has been forthcoming and very very good to suggest that it's going to be reasonable. Those are essentially my concerns. And now, the owner is here. She's having difficulty, but she could be on the line right now because I went to her place, so you don't have that problem. And that's probably why you got the echo. Can I let her speak now, or is there any questions for
she will
me?
be the next. We'll bring her back to speak. Yeah, this was, we just could not hear her before. Yeah.
Okay, so my comments are completed. If I can have the committee maybe confirm some of those restrictions for me or considerations, I would appreciate it. Other than the building there, it appears fine.
Okay. So you're concerned with the garbage storage, right, or the handling of the garbage and recycling, yeah.
Yes, out the back, and it's just a security door for emergency exit. That's what Mr. Goldman said, and I think that's reasonable. You need an emergency exit. And as long as it's not a smoking area where I'm picking up all the cigarette butts and the garbage, I could be good with that if some consideration can be given. So those are my points, and I am done for my part.
Thank you. So any question to this speaker? No. So let's bring back the first speaker, Rose, I think, yeah.
Right here.
I think he's going to get. Sorry about the trouble with my eyesight. I'm Rose Peroni.
Oh, they're together?
I'm the property owner since.
We still cannot hear her.
Rose, you've been muted. Rose, you've been muted.
Just a minute. I'm trying.
Oh, maybe she can use your device.
Yeah, she can come to your device.
Telephone, yeah, or computer, yeah. Because you're very clear, we can hear you.
Hello?
Yes, Rose, good. We can hear you now.
Very sorry, thank you. Again, I'll repeat myself. I apologize for the problems with our iPads this morning.
Yeah, give us your name and also address for our records.
I will.
Please. Yeah.
Okay, my name is Rose Peroni. I am the owner of 1102 Dovercourt Road and have been the owner since 1956.
Wow. Yes,
Yeah, it's
a long time ago.
A long time.
Yes.
Okay, the proposed, first of all, to let the committee know, we have no objections to the rebuild of 86 Gary. The only questions that we have were really functional issues, and my property manager has brought them forward, which were the garbage, foot traffic, because the bedroom windows face on the side of the back end of 86 Gary, and that should be pretty much where we are. The other thing too is, again, my property manager has mentioned it, is that he is responsible for the maintenance of the building, and obviously doesn't want additional work that is not really required on our part. During the 60 plus years that we've lived there, we have seen 2 major rebuilds, and we've had 7 different neighbors. And we've never had any problems on either side. We've always worked very amicably together, and we hope that the new people will be in the same position as we were in the past. It is our family home, and we intend to keep it our family home. There is no, our family members still live there along with our property manager. That is it. We hope that the committee sees our little sort of views and will put them through as, make a note in your documentation that these were our concerns. appreciate the committee's time this afternoon.
Okay, thank you. We will bring back the applicant to respond to your concerns. Yeah, okay. Thank you. Any questions? No? Let's have the applicant, and then he can give us response to these concerns, yeah.
Hi. So yeah, I did have the opportunity to speak with the property manager, and I will just reiterate, other than the emergency exit door at grade level, there is no opening on the rear wall. So there's really no privacy concern with respect to people going out the back. And I'll speak for the owners. This is not their first restaurant. They do make a habit of being good neighbors. I think they're nice people, but they also understand in the long run that's good business. And as a practical matter, the front doors are at grade and at the same level as the kitchen, whereas the rear doors, and the front doors open onto a street, whereas the rear doors open onto a small laneway. Sorry, you're seeing the dotted is the existing to be demolished, but there's just that little rectangle on the right side is a steel exit door. There's no windows on the rear wall. That's an emergency exit door at grade. The grade at the rear is about 3 feet higher than the grade at the front. So just as a practical matter, it wouldn't make sense for people to be lugging items up a set of stairs and then across a long skinny laneway between buildings when they could just go straight out the front, flush with the existing floor. So again, the owners are good people.
Yeah.
These are really operational issues.
Yeah, thank you. But the other issue is about the garbage. They said that they own, the existing shed is theirs, and where is going to be yours?
We are not proposing a shed. If you'd be kind enough to go to the site plan, I think it's drawing A1.
Yeah.
We did note that the existing shed on the property, I believe we showed on our site plan. There she is, yes. So the owner's existing shed does go a little bit onto 86 Geary's property. That is fine with the owners of 86 Geary. The owner did note the door swing of the exit door may slightly impact, if there's some modifications to the shed, the owners of 86 Geary are happy to maintain the existing conditions and modify it if it's required to accommodate a door swing.
Where are your bins? We're going to be,
There's no intention to store bins at the rear. They'll be stored interior.
all inside, and this garbage pickup, you just wheel them out, is that what?
Correct.
Oh, okay. So, but then it will not change their current operations.
No, there's no intention to store or remove garbage from the rear.
Yeah.
Again, the front is at grade on a street. So just as a practical matter, it would make sense to go out the front. Going out the rear would impose unnecessary hardship on staff, as well as having a negative impact on neighbors. So there's no intention to do that.
Okay, thank you. Nick, I do have a question too. Yeah.
Thanks. At the risk of prolonging this application, I think it's a pretty good application overall. But Barry, you're pretty active in this area. And when we've seen applications from Geary in the past, the adjoining residential areas are often concerned about parking. And anybody who's been on Geary knows that parking is a bit of a challenge, and it's not part of your variances, and I'm just curious, from your perspective and your client's perspective, what's the plan for parking along Geary?
I believe there is some street parking available, and currently there is a north of Brooklyn pizzeria a little further on down the street. It's a bit smaller than the one that we're proposing here. But I think the intention is as the city is getting more dense, people will simply be able to walk and or take Ubers, and not everyone's going to be taking a private vehicle and trying to park it.
So you're not aware of any public parking being provided in that area, or private parking?
Since it was not a variance that we were seeking, we didn't do a lot of research into parking nearby.
Fair enough. I just thought you might be aware of what sort of the overall plan is, but.
I mean, I've certainly been to numerous restaurants on that street. And I will say, yeah, you may find yourself circling around once or twice, but people tend to come and go. Most of the shops there are, usually if someone's going to park, they'll leave in a relatively short period of time. I've never had a problem with the times I've parked there.
Okay.
I've had to circle around.
Thanks. Just wanted your insight on that.
Okay, I have just a quick question. In the purpose, you're going to remove the 3 residential dwelling, right? Where are they currently? Like
those tenants, the building was vacant when it was purchased by the current owners.
Okay, yeah. So it used to be all there are 3 residential units there. I mean.
Yeah, I will add, I don't believe that the residential units were compliant with the existing zoning.
Yeah, I just want to know where they've been removed, that's all, because now there will be no residential units, right? It's going to be just a restaurant, it seems, and you're just expanding the basement.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, so we do not have any more questions. Now we're in committee. Okay, you want to take this on? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think this is an appropriate proposal and use in the area. I think, being fully non-residential, I think it fits with the streetscape of the Dovercourt Village community. They're matching the 3-story building at 84 Geary, which is on the corner of Geary and Dovercourt. I think it meets the tests and the 4 tests, and I'm prepared to move a motion. The only thing I don't see is, I'm looking at the site plan, and there is a removal of an existing privately owned tree. I don't see any comments from urban forestry. Yeah. So I can move a motion, and I don't think there are other conditions that we've talked about, yeah.
No, yeah. Mm-hmm.
So approval of the application and granting the variances.
Yes, so I second, I made the second. With no condition for approval, all in favor? Yes, all in favor, unanimously approved, thank you, no conditions. All right, so the next item is item number 12, is 47 Foxley Street. This is to construct a new 2-story auxiliary building which contains a 1-car garage on the 1st floor and the storage studio space on the 2nd floor. In the rear yard abutting the laneway, and no habitable space will be contained in this auxiliary building. We have received survey, site plan, floor plan, elevations, 2 photographs, and a cover letter from Adrian, and also we received comment from transportation, and also 4 addresses sent as support is 43, 31, 49, and 51A Foxley Street. And that's, and also they're seeking 4 variances. Thank you. We are ready for the agent. Hi.
Through you, Madam Chair, we have the agent in person and no registered speakers.
Yeah. Okay. Oh.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Peter Milchin for the applicants. This is a fairly straightforward application, I believe, to construct a new 2-story ancillary structure. There are 4 variances involved. 3 of them relate to 2 relate to the height of an ancillary structure, 1 to the gross floor area of an ancillary structure, and the 4th one relates to the interior dimensions of a parking spot within the garage. Just in terms of context, this is a little bit unusual. Across the laneway from this property are 2 2-story ancillary structures. One, I understand, is historic, used to be a blacksmith shop about 100 years ago. That's at 100 and 102 Argyle. And number 98 Argyle was approved several years ago through a variance process and was constructed as a two-story ancillary structure. So that is what this proposed ancillary structure would be facing across the laneway. There's a number of new laneway homes that have been built on this laneway. There's an additional two-story ancillary structure at the eastern end of the laneway. So this is one of the oldest, densest parts of the city, and it has this sort of mix of structures in it. The owners at this time need to rebuild the existing garage. It is falling down. And they simply believe that they're prepared to invest in something bigger than just a one-story garage at the time. They neither want nor can afford a full laneway structure now. This is kind of an interim step, although for them this might be the only step they take. The ancillary structure, if they were applying for a laneway structure, would require no variances. The height would comply, the setbacks comply, the gross floor area complies. If they chose to have the parking spot in below, that would have been the only variance. So it's in keeping with the spirit and intent of the bylaw in terms of the type of built form that's contemplated here, not for an ancillary structure, but for a laneway home. And it will fit in within the very immediate context. There are no comments from city staff opposing this. There's 4 letters of support from neighbors. I believe this does meet the 4 tests under the Planning Act. And if the committee wishes to impose a condition that there be no habitable space, that certainly is something that the clients can accept.
Okay. Any questions? Or do we have other speakers? Okay, I have one question. You have, I said on the presentation on the under the photographs, title E1, there was a map. Are those property that you have highlighted or hatched? Are those you call that they all have 2-story auxiliary building?
So I think you're referring to the context.
It's on our agenda. If the staff can bring up the agenda, that is under photos. And go down there. There's some kind of diagram that you gave us, some kind of hatch. Page
it's
550.
under cover letter scan editions.
Okay, 551, page 551. Yeah, that one. So you see, you have some hatch properties. These are all seem to be the laneway or garages. Are you saying that these are all 2-story garages?
So the ones in red are ancillary structures, which are not habitable. The ones in blue are laneway suites. So directly across the laneway from this property, which is in green, are several 2-story ancillary structures.
Yeah, okay, so those red hatch ones are 2 stories too, you said?
2 stories, yes. Number 98 Argyle, which is the one, it's to the east, but in terms of that diagram, it would be the one higher up. That went through a minor variance process, I believe, in 2021, and was approved as a 2-story ancillary structure.
And then they have habitable. It's a suite though, a laneway suite or non-habitable.
They were approved as an ancillary structure.
Just
I mean, I don't know what they're doing inside now, but that's the approval they received. And the one below that, 100 to 102 Argyle, is a historic structure, I believe about 100 years old or more, and that is a 2-story ancillary structure, and it's used just as storage as far as I know.
And the reason why you are not applying for a laneway suite now is because of financial reason?
Well, the owners aren't interested or prepared to go that far now. They don't want to build, a kitchen and a bathroom and all of that. They're not planning on renting it out to anybody. They will use it for their own purposes of storage and some, sort of hobby arts and crafts space. If needed, they will continue to park a car in the garage. This could easily be converted to a laneway suite in the future, most likely without requiring any variances, but it would require building permits.
We do not know that, right? So when it comes to, you still have to go through a review. Okay, thank you. Any other questions? All right. All right, so I still have the same.
We in committee?
Yeah, we are in committee now. There's no other questions, and then I still maintain my comment is the intent of the zoning bylaw. It seems that you cannot just go and build a bigger garage and thinking later on I will turn it into laneway suite. I think that you should apply for a laneway suite. If you then you don't have to build it. Then if you don't have enough money or you have other things, you change to a bigger garage. I do not think that it is in line with the intent of the suite, especially the laneway suite bylaw is created is to encourage so that we have more housing stock and also our multi-general residential unit. And we have a bylaw governing garages. I do not think that you say you need more space, you need a two-story garage for storage space. That's not the intent. But then whether it's minor is up to our members to decide. But I've always think that it seems to be try to go around the laneway suite bylaw and build a bigger structure now. And I cannot support this intention. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. I tend to agree with you. In my view, an additional story on an ancillary structure that is not bringing the social good of additional housing, I don't believe is minor. So from my perspective, I won't be supporting this. I understand that there's support from the neighbors, but this is the perspective that I bring on this issue.
Because if building a two-story garage, it is minor, if that's the minor. So everybody can just go and do a two-story garage, and then later on they have a choice not to convert or convert. But I think that is premature. It's not that we do not welcome a two-story structure there. It's not at all. But I think that is why they allow a two-story structure if there's some kind of benefit to the city in the official plan intention. In this way. It's just a bigger garage with more storage.
I understand what your perspectives, but this doesn't bother me so much. And I think part of the reason is because of the context. This laneway has a lot of two-story structures in it, both old and new. And I think I used to live right around the corner from this. I know that laneway well. But I think they're very tight lots, right? And narrow, and I think this is a good way of getting more usable space on a tight site with not a lot of impact. So yeah, I do agree it doesn't go to the laneway suite purpose and intent at all. So I think what's before us is these variances, and are they minor? And I don't know. I think they are. I think it's close, but I have enough to support this application.
I'm waiting to go last.
Yes, I mean the four area is actually proposed like quite a bit already from the 40 square meter. I don't know. I think this is a good discussion.
Yeah, I appreciate my colleagues' comments. I agree with Peter. I think when we consider the four tests, one of the tests is the general intent purpose of the zoning bylaw, and general is a key word. I do think that this is a tight urban fabric. I do believe that, you know, it sort of mimics a laneway suite in terms of form and massing. But I also think it follows an established pattern of development in the neighborhood. And I think it represents appropriate use of the land. So I would support a motion for approval.
Okay, some of the members here will appreciate that I typically have a view on this type of an application. And Katie sort of articulated it quite well in terms of my historical view is that when an ancillary structure exceeds particularly height, that should be commensurate with a related public good. And the related public good in the city's perspective has been recently laneway or garden suites, and that introduces more accommodation, and that offsets the massing of a two-story building in someone's backyard. So that's typically been what I have said, and I think that that's quite justifiable. In this case, it's just a little bit different, and Peter put it in the sense that it's a context. And in this particular laneway, it is characterized by a number of existing two-story dwellings already. Some of them are for accommodation, and some of them are for storage. I frankly would prefer to see this application being a laneway suite. I think the city benefits from having that public good, which is more rental in existing neighborhoods. I do hope, notwithstanding financial issues, I do hope that maybe down the road this does get converted into a laneway, but right now it isn't. But given that the laneway is already characterized by existing two stories, and you know, the neighborhood has been canvassed and there is apparently no opposition, or no one has registered a concern about this, then I think in this instance, I'm okay with supporting it.
Okay, yeah, sounds like we have a motion here.
Oh, did you want me to move a motion, or look, Dino wanted to do it?
Dino-
I saw his hand. I saw your hand go up, man.
No, I think that Peter.
Dino was pointing at me. I'm happy to bring a motion.
Yeah.
Yeah, for the reasons we've discussed, I think this is an appropriate development, and I think it meets the 4 tests. So I'll move approval of the application, just with the condition that the ancillary structure not be used for habitable space.
Although we'd like it to be done down the road.
Eventually.
Yes. Okay, so that's a motion there. Then 1 second, and that's a motion to approve with the condition of non-habitable space. And all in favor? I will say 3-2. I and Ms. P.C. dissent. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, yes. Okay, I got that. Okay. Anyone, we can move on, or you need a break?
No, I'm
no?
fine. Keep
Okay.
going.
Now, next is 450 Dufferin Street. This is although the development standards for 18-story mixed-use building, and by increasing the number of story and building height from to 20-story, and increasing the mechanical penthouse height from 67 meter to 67.3 meter, and also increase the height of the projection of equipment and structure, and increasing the permitted total gross floor area and residential gross floor area, as well as reducing the amenity space and bicycle parking rate. There will be a total of 197 rentals residential units, 6 of them are affordable, and 37 vehicle parking spaces, within a 2-level below grade garage, and 119 bicycle spaces provided on the site, and this undergone site plan control application. We received a survey, site plan, floor plan, elevation, cover letter, and pedestrian wind study, and technical report because of the increase of density, and schedule study and transportation and tree inventory plan, and presentation material from the agent, and the site-specific zoning bylaw. And we have also received comment from community planning, and the staff report from community planning and also from transportation. We receive a Metrolink staff report too. And I think they seeking 5 variances. Now we're ready for the agent.
Through you, Madam Chair, we have the agent in person, no registered speakers.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Hello. Hello, my name is Julian Delbel-Baluz, located at 197 Spadina Avenue. I'm an associate urban planner at Urban Strategies, agent for Hallmark.
Yeah. I think, do we need a presentation? We don't need the presentation. You have any questions?
For me, yeah, just one. Maybe just the amenity space. Can we just talk a little bit about, you're reducing the amenity space, or are you keeping it consistent?
We're keeping the approved amount of amenity space, sorry, through you, Madam Chair.
Yes.
We're keeping the approved amount of amenity space consistent with what was approved, and it's just that the increase in units.
Okay, so it's
has
just
the
a
indirect
percentage
effect of-
issue.
Yeah, the percentage
Oh, then
comes down.
the rate was reduced.
The rate is reduced.
Yeah, okay.
Due to that.
Just
yeah.
wanted to confirm that, thanks.
Yeah. I mean, how many more units you're adding 2 floors, right? Adding 2 floors. Yeah.
Yes, through you, Madam Chair, we're adding 22 additional purpose-built rental units over 2 stories of the building.
Okay, yes.
Thanks, Chair. Just confirming that you've reviewed and are okay with the conditions from engineering and transportation?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. So any other questions? Planning staff? Yeah. Yeah. There's also the community planning recommendations. Some.
Yes, well, I think we've reviewed all the conditions through the various letters that came in, and we're amenable to all of them.
When the community planning say that recommendation, doesn't mean that it is like we have to put it as a condition, though, right? You will do all those things they recommend.
Right.
Okay, thank you. This is the wording. So any other questions? Okay, we are in committee now. Yeah, please, Dino. Yeah.
So this property is located on Dufferin Street, which is designated by the city as an avenue, and we know that avenues have been under consideration for the last number of years, and the city has come forward with policies related to avenues, and this, I think this proposal is desirable, it's appropriate, and it's a minor increase in density, which I think is very supportable. It's in keeping with the city's OP, and it supports the city's policies of achieving growth and intensification along avenues. So I think, from my position, the variances individually and collectively, cumulatively, are supportable and meet the 4 tests. So I know there's a condition of approval from transportation review, which I think they have 2 conditions. We also have a revised diagram number 4. I don't know if we want to attach that, but I would be prepared to move a motion, but I can hear my...
Planning conditions.
Community planning.
Yeah,
Planning,
sorry. Yeah.
That's planning the conditions.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, we can attach all that because they have to go through all that anyway. I mean, the revised diagram, and all you have to stick
I'll
with
second
them.
that, Chair.
Okay, there is second. All in favor to approve? Unanimously approved. Thank you for coming. It's approved. So the next is item number 14 is 44 Sandford Avenue. This is to legalize and to maintain a 1-story detached auxiliary building containing a laneway suite in the rear yard abutting the laneway. The auxiliary building was constructed without an authorized building permit. We have received a survey, site plan, floor plan, and elevations, and a red line public notice, and 2 photographs of the public of the subject property, and a cover letter from the agent, and an order to comply, and also building permit of the property, and staff report from Metrolinx. And that's all we have received, and that's only, I think, with one variance that I'm looking for.
Through you, Madam Chair, we have the agent in person and no registered speakers.
Okay.
Good morning. My name is Shirley. My address is 1 Alpen Way, and
Yes.
I'm the agent for the property at 44 Sanford Avenue. We are here today to request one minor variance regarding the rear yard setback for an existing laneway suite. This application is a technical.
It's okay. Just want to okay. Finish what you say. Just I don't think we need a presentation, but tell us what.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
So this application is a technical requirement to address the minor discrepancy identified during the final building inspection while the laneway suite was constructed under the valid building permit. The final as-built survey reviewed 2 slight deviations from the original build permit drawings. The first one relates to the west side yard setback. The as-built condition is 0.09 meters compared to the 0.15 meters on the approved drawings. However, because the zoning bylaw permits a 0 meter side yard setback for laneway suite, this condition remains fully compliant and no variance is required for the side yard. The second discrepancy, the only variance requested today, it's about the north rear yard setback. The bylaw requires a 1 meter setback while the as-built survey measures 0.97 meters at the northeast corner. So this results a minor deficiency of just 0.03 meters, which is approximately 3 centimeters or 1.2 inches. So this variance is purely technical and de minimis in nature. A 3 centimeter strip is imperceptible on site and creates no negative impact on adjacent properties or the function of the laneway. Approval of this variance will allow the owners to resolve outstanding order to comply and bring this project to a successful close. We believe this request clearly satisfies the 4 tests of the Planning Act and respectfully request the committee's
Thank you.
Thank
Actually, I'm glad I asked you to finish because that's exactly what my question was, why you built without permit. You explained very well, and I understand. You just correct what has been built, as built, and from the building permit. Okay, thanks. Any other question?
Just a quick one. So looking at your floor plan, is the living room also a bedroom? Like your floor plan doesn't show a bedroom. Is it a?
No, it's just office use, I think.
So, sorry, there's nothing says, it says living room, you got living room, kitchen, and storage. So is there no one sleeping there?
No. If you see, there's a living room with a kitchen.
Yeah.
And this is like purely for like office use. Nobody will like be there.
So there's no office use indicated in the floor plan, and
It's a laneway suite.
it's a laneway suite?
Yes.
Yeah, it is a laneway suite. So laneway suites typically have people living in them.
Okay, so like so for now, I think the owner is like trying to attend this as like the purpose of this like laneway suite is for like office, but maybe they will rent it out later, like later.
Okay, I mean, you meet the requirements for a laneway suite with the exception there's no bedroom in there.
Like we already have the approved building permit for laneway suites.
No, I get that.
You sleep on the couch.
Once I thought it might have been a pull-out couch or something, but it's interesting. Like there's no indication that there's office use in there, so that's why It just seems a little unusual.
A little bit
So
unusual, yeah.
So you're basically applying for a laneway suite, you comply with a laneway suite, but you're not using it at this point for a laneway suite just yet, you might down the road.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Is that okay with the purpose, Sabrina? Is we okay with the purpose, the way it's written?
Through you, Mr. Chair, ultimately, if the intent is to rent this out at some point, it's best that we leave the purpose as is,
Right.
saying a laneway
A
suite.
laneway suite, yeah. Okay. And they comply with all the laneway suite
Right.
requirements.
And through you, Madam Chair,
Yes.
there was a red line public notice
Yes,
that was
I-
submitted. I think they just wanted to include the building permit number
Yes, I was going to
to the purpose of
ask that, yeah.
application, so
yeah.
we can do that as an amendment.
Okay, please, yeah. That we will amend it because you have submitted the red line revision. Okay. Thank you. Any other questions? No, we don't have any more questions. Now we are in committee. Mr.
Yeah, thank you. So I'll establish a pet peeve of mine, like my colleague Larry. I don't know if it's a pet peeve, but I typically don't look favorably on applicants who come forward to legalize and maintain something that was built without a building permit and has an order to comply. And the first question I was going to ask on this application before the red line came in, because the original public notice didn't have this explanation that a building permit had already been issued, was why did the owner build this without an authorized building permit? Having said that, I could see the explanation, and I think it's a minor, variance in the sense that there's only one variance being requested. It's a very minor reduction. So I'm prepared to move a motion to approve the one variance. Metrolinx has, excuse me, put forward, again, I don't know if it's a condition or a comment. It's hard to.
Through you, Madam Chair, it would be the warning condition?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I wouldn't move that forward anyway.
Yeah.
So I'm prepared to move a motion to approve the application and grant the one variance being requested.
A second, please say, Ms. Pizze, second, and.
Did yours flicker? Yeah, mine did too. Mine flickered and now it came back on.
Oh.
I've lost video though.
Sorry.
So I've lost video. Anyway, sorry.
So, no, we actually in a motion, all in favor, we have a second, we are committee, and we already have a motion, and we have a second to that motion. All in favor? All in, are you in favor? Okay, approved unanimously, we got Peter too. Okay, thank you.
Through you, Madam
No
Chair, sorry,
contest.
who seconded the motion? Okay.
Katie.
With amended agenda, right, we
As
added it, yeah,
amended?
yeah.
I restarted. I went back and started.
Yeah. Okay.
Just you and I flickered? Did anyone else? Yours didn't notice that?
I don't,
Yeah, mine went black and then it came back on its own.
yeah, I'm going,
I just did, but I'll do it again.
I'm going to, are we ready? Okay. Item 15 is 1105 Queen Street East, is to legalize and to maintain 2 residential units. One unit in the basement and the other one on the ground floor in the existing 3-story mixed-use building, and which were constructed without an authorized building permit. The existing commercial space located on the ground floor, currently is vacant, will be maintained. The 2-story residential dwelling located in the 2nd and 3rd floor will be maintained and unaltered. There will be a total of 4 residential units on this lot. We receive a survey, site plan, floor plan elevations, 4 photographs, and a cover letter from the, and presentation material from the agent, and also an order to comply, subject to the property. Okay, yeah. Maybe we should hold a little bit, see whether if it's okay to. Oh, it's going to, Peter is going to be absent because he cannot, it's not connected. Okay.
Through you, Madam Chair, we have the agent here and no registered speakers.
Oh, no registered speakers. So I'm going to check with the panel whether they require presentation. But please give us your name and address for a record, please.
Yep. Good afternoon, Chair and committee members. My name is Luca Penzo of 128 Arundel Avenue. I'm the agent representing the owner of 1105 Queen Street East.
Yes. Okay, so.
Pretty sure Dino has a question.
Yeah,
the permit.
We do not need a presentation. We have questions. We go straight to the questions. Please go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
So you heard my comment with the last application, so I have to ask, and I can refer to your November 27, 2025 letter, Mr. Penzo. You say, we acknowledge the oversight being that there was interior work done without a building permit. My question is why? Why did that occur?
My client, he's new to the process and acknowledges he made a big mistake. He ended up paying the price for the mistake, obviously. And he thought because the two neighbors, he knows the owners of those buildings, they both have residential units at the back and in the basement, that he could do this. And then a building inspector came by. We got the order, had submitted for the building permit, and then this one variance came back as part of the building permit application process. So here we are trying to approve that variance and legalize the conditions on site.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean the short answer is that your client did not know that he has to have a permit to build additional units?
Yeah, he made a mistake. It's the first time he's gone through the process, and he was undertaking it on his own, so he didn't have the knowledge to do it in the correct way.
Yeah, but
and
so,
then he
so
approached
after
us to.
If this is go through approval, so you will apply for a permit.
Yeah,
right?
we've applied for the building permit. We spoke with the building inspector, and everything has been reviewed by our firm and as well as an engineering firm to ensure that everything can be done in compliance with fire separation and fire egress codes, and also space planning. So everything can be in compliance for the building permit following this approval.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
So did your client do this work on his own, or do you have a contractor?
He did this
So he has a pretty big job, right?
subcontracting, yeah.
So he did it on his own?
He
subbed it out.
He subbed it out, yeah. He's retired and he subbed it out to individual trades.
I think what I'm getting at is that he subbed it out to a contractor who undertook the work knowing.
Yeah.
I mean, I get the point that sometimes I don't always agree that made a mistake, didn't know about it. I mean, you can't help but know you have to have a building permit.
Yeah, he was definitely, there was naiveness there for sure.
Well,
yeah.
I think it was probably more than that, but then compounded by that, getting a contractor who does it knowingly without a building permit, man, that's the sort of stuff that I think the city's really trying to avoid and crack down on.
Yes, because it's a big change. Plus, in our experience, as you know, to retrospectively apply for permit means that a certain fire rating, especially the safety part, is very difficult for the inspector to actually know, and you have to take part some of this. Those things are very messy process. I mean, in terms of process, and also the assurance of safety is very difficult for review. So we do
it's
not
all backwards.
Now
he has to go through the process of closing out the permit afterwards.
Yeah. Okay. So, any other questions? Otherwise, we will.
Just one quick question: are these units rented out already? They have
no. The two
Still
units
underway.
are vacant, non-rented at all. No.
Okay.
But for all intents and purposes, the construction now conforms and complies with building code and fire code.
Correct. There's
at the end of the day, it's probably a good
done.
thing. Yeah. But anyways, okay.
Yeah. Okay. You have a motion on the.
Are we in committee?
We are already in committee.
No, we were talking with the agent. So.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Okay. No more questions because I'm a little bit distracted here. We are in committee now.
Through you, Madam Chair, sorry.
Yes.
We could put for the record that the panel does not condone construction, so
Yes.
just for everyone's knowledge on that.
Yes,
Okay.
please, have that remark to it. Yeah, all right.
That would reduce my blood pressure.
Okay, so Dino, you're welcome to make a.
No, I don't think we should make Dino do this one. I'll take this one. Again, just looking at the variance before us is actually quite minor, and I think we should all take some comfort that this has been caught. Good on the building examiner, inspector to catch it. These are the kinds of things that we're, as we've said, the city's really trying to avoid. They are health and safety. They are of concern. Those of us who do this kind of work have to get a building permit. We all have to do that. It costs money, it costs time. That's the process. So we shouldn't be supporting necessarily those people who skirt those rules. But having said that, it is constructed. It is now meets code, which is a good thing. The variance before us, quite frankly, is really quite minor. So given all that, I'll move approval of this application.
Okay, I would like to second that motion. Yeah, Miss, please say second.
Can we put with the condition, Sabrina, about?
Oh, yeah, with the comment.
For
Yeah.
the
comment, for the
record,
record, yeah.
that we do not condone.
Yes, all in favor with that comment. Unanimously with Peter absent, yeah. Oh, you're back, okay, Peter.
We'll have Peter as absent for this one.
Yeah.
Okay.
So 16 is 30.
So you get your approval.
Thank you, yes, approved, yeah, thank you, yes. And item number 16 is 30 Bond Street. This is to alter the existing public hospital, St. Michael Hospital, and on Bond Street, by installing an air handling unit on a portion of the roof. And we receive a copy of the survey site plan, floor plans and elevation, 10 photographs, and a cover letter from the agent. We also receive a decision of affecting the subject property and the site-specific zoning bylaw, and receive the Metrolink staff report. And that's all the material we have received. And they seek, I think they're seeking only one variance. Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, we have the agent online in our registered speakers.
Okay, we are ready for the agent, yeah.
Members, my name is Valdemar Nicol from NOR Architects on behalf of St. Michael's College. I am at 175 Bloor Street East, Suite 1500.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm able to answer any questions rather than.
Yeah, I do
going
not
through
think we need a
Thank you.
presentation for air handling units. But having said that, any questions, please? No questions. So we do not have any question. We are ready to move into committee. You have anything you want to address us?
Madam Chair, through you, no, just to thank committee and staff for their time and efforts in advancing this institutional project. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Okay, now we are in committee. Yes, Ms. Yes, Dino, yes.
Yeah, no, I certainly support this application, this proposal, and the institutional improvements that have been made to St. Michael's Hospital over the years. It's about time, and I would unanimously, I hope, move a motion for approval.
No conditions either, right?
No.
No condition.
I'll second that. I did want to note in the material that was submitted, you were on a panel like 12 years ago that approved this, an earlier version. I thought that was kind of interesting.
Oh, my
Didn't know you
goodness.
were a member back in 12 years ago.
Oh, that was when I was very young. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, okay. We have a second the motion. All in favor, no conditions, unanimously approved. I missed that. I didn't even read that. Okay, now we are 17. We're almost. As item number 17 is 55 Camberwell Road. This is to construct a new two-story detached auxiliary building with a basement, and this building will contain one laneway street, and there will be a total of 7 residential dwelling units on this lot, 6 occupying the main building and 1 in the laneway suite. And we received a survey, site plan, floor plan, and elevation, 3 photographs of trees, cover letter, and from the agent, and 2 cover letters from the agent, and presentation material from the agent, and staff report from Metro Links, and also we have received oppositions 46, 52, and 46 and 52 Camberwell, and also from 51. This is all the material we have received, and they are seeking 2 variances.
Through you, Madam Chair, we have the agent online and 2 registered speakers in
And 2
opposition.
opposition, okay. Yeah, so we're ready here.
Afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. Give us your name and address, please, for our record. Yeah.
Sean Galbraith, planner on behalf of the application, 18 King Street East, Suite 1400, Toronto.
Yeah, you do have some opposition to this application, so we would like to have a presentation from you. Do you want to bring up some material before we start the clock?
Sure. If you could bring up page 4 of my cover letter. I think it explains the project pretty well. Nope, not that one. Not that cover letter, I should say. Maybe.
You gave us 2 cover letters, I think.
That's the one. Yeah, page 4 of that, please. Scroll down. That's the existing 6-plex. There we are. That graphic there.
Okay, you ready? Okay.
Yeah, so what is proposed, the 2 variances are basically 2 versions of the same variance. One pertains to the height and one pertains to the separation distance. The two metrics are linked to each other.
Mm-hmm.
So what it comes down to is the blue strip on the graphic. The proposed laneway suite is 50 centimeters closer to the main dwelling than is permitted by the bylaw. If it were 50 centimeters more, there would be no variance for the height, because the height and the setback are linked to each other. In the proposed case, the proposed 6.3 meter height of the garden suite, it complies with how tall a 2-story garden suite is allowed to be, were it not for the blue strip on this graphic. And notwithstanding the fact that no angular plane is required on the 2nd floor anymore, nonetheless, the proposed design includes an angular plane, recognizing that this separation distance is required, and so to help mitigate that, an angular plane is provided. There are no other variances triggered by this proposal. The 6-plex was done as of right. The rear yard soft landscaping variance is provided, or there is no rear yard soft landscaping variance. There's no setback variances otherwise. In my opinion, it's not quite a technical variance, but it's pretty close to a technical variance. And I'm happy to answer any questions that the committee has, or that in response to any comments from the neighbors.
Yes,
I note that this is...
Yeah, we will ask a question after we hear the other 2 speakers. What about that? We will bring you back, okay? Yeah.
And I would just note that this is the first property south of Eglinton.
Okay.
The lane is a commercial lane. This is exactly where very modest additional density is contemplated. It's not can a laneway suite be provided here? It definitely can. It's just, can it be 2 stories by permitting this additional blue strip variance?
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, we are ready for the next speaker. Yeah.
they could have responded. Even if they hadn't heard back from Tony, they could have just let us know that, they have not been able to reach out to their client. But no responses are very...
Hello?
So I can say that common courtesy.
Hello, Marlene, you've been unmuted.
Okay, all right. I'm going to send this now. I'll say common courtesy.
I think we are in a different meeting.
Can we go to the next person?
Yeah.
No. Is it all by phone? No. Do we want to try unmuting Marlene again?
Marlene, you've
Hello,
been
can you hear
muted.
me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, hi. I'm sorry. I was involved in something else. I have not heard what was said on this application so far. Could someone bring me up to date?
Oh, no, I'm so sorry. We cannot. You register as a speaker in opposition to this application, and now you have, we give you 5 minutes to address the panel with your concerns or your, yeah. Now we are all listening. We are waiting for your response.
Okay, my comments are, I think the bylaw should be followed as is without a variance. The bylaw was made for a reason. It was made in consultation with various interested parties. It was determined to be a good thing for the city. And I don't see the requested variance as a good thing for the neighborhood or for the city. Those are my comments.
You do not have any specific things about this? Her address? Yeah, we haven't got your full name and address, I think. Please give us your name and your address again.
Okay, I'm having a hard time hearing you. I think you just asked for my name?
Yes, and your address for our record, please, yeah.
Marlene Kazeman, K-A-Z-M-A-N, property address 24 Ross Trevor Road, Toronto.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. So any question to this speaker? Yes. No, not to this speaker. Okay. Thank you. Have you finished? You. Okay, you've just finished. So let's have the next speaker then.
Hello, Shane Lin. Sorry if I mispronounce your name. You've been muted. Shane Lin, you've been muted.
Yes. I'm having a really, no.
Sir, you'll have to speak up. We can't hear you. Try moving closer to your device and speak again. Trying again, hello? Can you try calling? Through you, Madam Chair, we're just going to try calling this individual.
Okay, so are we going to wait a little bit or, yeah?
We're just calling them now to see if
Okay.
we can connect. If we can't connect, then we'll continue.
Okay.
Okay, through you, Madam Chair, we have made multiple attempts. We can't connect with the owner at 22 Ross Trevor Road.
Okay, so in that case, we can just bring back the agent, right? Please, yeah.
Let's see.
Hello?
Hi, is
Hello?
this, yes, okay. Can you hear
me?
us? Hello? No? This is to the owner at 22 Ross Trevor Road. Can you hear us? Through you, Madam Chair, we'll just move back to the agent.
Yeah, let's bring back the agent. And yeah.
Thank you very much. The comment that was provided seems to be about the nature of minor variances themselves rather than specific concerns with the particular variances being requested. And the comments that were received in objection that are in the file pertain, I would say, more to the as-of-right sixplex that has been built rather than the variances that are being sought for the laneway suite itself.
I agree.
In my opinion, the variances are minor and meet the four tests, and I would suggest it might be appropriate to approve them.
Okay, yeah, I agree with you, but also I read the, since we cannot connect to some of the opposition, but can you briefly address to the main two concerns? Is just the garbage handle, how do you handle the garbage? And
so
also
garbage store.
There also one comment about, in general, parking. So you can just briefly address to this point. So because we cannot connect to the speakers. Yeah.
Sure. So one parking space is provided at the front for the use of the one of the units in the sixplex. Otherwise, no parking is provided. And again, it is the lot is almost on Eglinton. Which will, in the future, at some point, have the crosstown opened, theoretically. And it's an area well serviced by transit. And no parking is required. For garbage, they're limiting the number of bins by using shared bins between the units. There's, it's not really shown on here, but there's garbage storage in the front of the building. They've produced a pad for the 3 or 4 bins that they have.
Okay. That's where you go to store.
A laneway suite is permitted here. The question is, should it be 1 story or 2 stories? And in my opinion,
we understand that, but I just want to bring the opposition's questions out so that we actually have some kind of response to them. That's all. Yeah.
I appreciate that.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Please, Mr. Labande.
Good afternoon, Mr. Galbraith.
Good afternoon.
A couple of questions for you. One, which is just a curiosity of mine.
Sure.
Looking at the plans, the primary bedroom is in the basement. Can you explain that?
No, I can't explain that.
Okay.
It's not a bad place for a basement or for a bedroom when you don't want a lot of light to sleep. There is a window well that is provided. Yeah, it's interesting, certainly.
Yeah, to say the least. That's just a curiosity. Yeah. I had to ask that question. The second question is, you're proposing a 3-bedroom laneway suite.
Yeah, nice family size unit.
Well, that's what I'm going to ask you. So you're proposing, it's 82 square meters or 882 square feet in size. That, if you're looking at, like, for example, a condominium, at 750 square feet, a condominium, you're looking at probably, 1 bedroom plus a small den. Is this, do you consider this to be an appropriately sized suite?
Absolutely. I think the 800 something square feet, I think that's just the above grade. Yeah. I don't think that, if I recall, I don't think that includes the basement space.
Okay.
But in any event, by current condo standards, Yeah, we definitely see 800 plus square foot units being 2.5, 3 bedrooms these days.
Okay. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Yes, please. Yeah, go ahead, Katie. Yeah.
Thank you. Just one quick question. I noticed in some of the letters of opposition, it seems like there's a bit of confusion among neighbors that this is going to be a 2-unit structure. And I'm just wondering if you could kind of clarify for us what kind of communication has happened with the neighbors around this and how that confusion arose, if you know.
I believe the owner, I'm not sure how that confusion got out there. It's definitely a 1-unit laneway suite. I'm not sure where that came from. The owner has reached out to some neighbors, and it's definitely only 1 unit.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, any other questions?
Oh, sorry to interrupt.
Yes.
Looking at that, it looks like in that letter, they said on a lot where a 5-plex has already been constructed. It's actually a 6-plex. So the total number of units they have correct. They're just distributed.
They're just,
for
okay.
some reason a bit off.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. All right. So, and we have no more questions. We're in committee now. Okay. Yeah. Please, Peter. Yeah.
Thanks, Chair. I'm happy to move this. There's the series of variances, but it's really just because the laneway suite is 0.5 meter closer to the main house than it has to be by law. And I think that 0.5 meter makes no material impact on the neighbors, and particularly given the location of this, right, a stone's throw from Eglinton, I think that this variance is completely acceptable. I'm happy to move approval without condition.
Yeah. So, Dino, second. We have a second. All in favor? Unanimously approved. It's approved. Thank you.
Just an observation while Sean's still here. This is actually, there's a lot of trepidation in the world about 6-plexes. This is actually nice to see a completed one. And this is actually a pretty good-looking unit that accommodates, well, now 7 families right adjacent to a major new transit line, which may or may not open in the near future.
Yeah.
But yeah, it looked like a really good project.
Yes, and I agree with you. Yeah, so we're going to do item 18. And okay, we're doing item 18 is 27 SHUDELL Avenue. This is to alter existing 1-story detached dwelling by constructing a complete 2nd-story addition and partial 3rd-floor addition and a front porch with stair and a rear basement walkout and a rear ground floor deck with stairs and a 2nd-floor balcony, 3rd-floor rooftop deck, and also constructing a new 1-story detached auxiliary building. It's a 1-car garage. And we have received a survey site plan, floor plans and elevation 4 photographs and of trees and decisions affecting the subject property and arborist report and presentation material and from the agent, and also remove tree application. We also received comment from urban forestry, transportation, and also a 15 signature petition in support. All the owners on SHUDELL Avenue. And we are ready for the agent. And
Through you, Madam Chair, we have the agent in person or registered speakers.
They are seeking 3 variances on this application.
Thank you, members of committee. My name is Cade Moon, 110 Cumberland Street, 305. I am the agent for 27 SHUDELL. I just want to touch on the urban forestry. So I've read through the reports. The urban forestry report, we've actually put in the permit just to injure the tree. And it is, as if you've been able to read through the arborist report, it would be a minor impact, if any. The plan is to do a slab-on-grade construction for the garage.
Okay.
And the closest that the garage would be to the tree is 4.8 meters.
Oh, okay.
And currently, we are number 27. Number 31 has just constructed a two-story laneway suite on the other side of the tree, which is actually closer to the tree, and they were able to get that done. So we'll be affecting the tree as little as possible, if at all. And we have put in the permit on January 1st. We have applied for the permit on January 1st.
I don't think we need a presentation, but we will have some questions for you. You will go into questions. Yeah, please.
Yeah, so thank you for being here. So my question is, so you've seen the conditions that have been provided to Committee of Adjustment through memos from various city departments.
Yes.
If we were to approve this application, one of the conditions would be recommended by Transportation Review, and that is that they're requiring a minimum of a 0.37 meter wide setback to the rear property line, whereas the applicant is proposing 0.11 meters. How will that impact the plan?
That's absolutely fine with us. We've actually already revised the plan, but the architect wasn't available to revise the entire set of plans for us to be able to submit it. But I was speaking with the application technician yesterday, and he said just to voice that. But yeah, we're happy to just move it to the north a little bit. Totally fine.
It's just very tiny, like.
Yeah, it's about 1 foot. Yeah, no problem.
Oh, less than that. Actually.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right. So any other questions? Yes. And.
Sorry, so is variance number 2 recommended?
No, maybe we move, right? If you're going to comply.
Yeah,
or?
Yeah, we're happy to comply with the 0.37.
Although that's not.
Oh, no,
But,
that is a condition. Sorry.
The variance was to 1 meter, though, I believe. So, yeah. So we're happy to have that condition, yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, just do conditions.
Yeah, just given it as conditions, so we are not going to change the variances. Okay. Yeah, because otherwise you will get to 1 meter, and then it will be big trouble. Okay, so any other question? So we are committed, okay. Yes, please, go ahead, yeah.
So I think this satisfies the 4 tests in the Planning Act. I would move approval of the application and granting of the variances, subject to urban forestry condition number 2 and transportation review condition number 1, which we asked the question about the setback.
Okay, and second? Sure. Peter second, and all in favor with those 2 conditions? All in favor, approved unanimously. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Is it the end of till today? I mean, not today.
Yes,
this morning?
through you, Madam Chair, we'll break at this time. It's 1:33. We'll be back at 2:40.
2:40, okay. Yes, thank you.